Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Wednesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, of course. We are working on a bit of, demo content polish. I've got some bits and pieces to brush up. I'm going to be working off my to-do list as I have been and just hoping to motor on through. We had a really good pace that we set yesterday, so I want to just keep the foot on the accelerator. I want to say welcome to everybody who's here in chat on both Twitch and on YouTube. And a big thank you to the most recent follower, Shrimpsy, and the most recent subscriber, Red Rampage Crumpet. Crumpet, how you doing? 38 months, Crump. That is a hell of a time. Hell of an amount of time. All right. Today, yesterday, I guess we could do a bit of a recap on what we were working on. Maybe I'll turn the music down just a little bit. That should be audible for you. It's probably even too quiet. Maybe the music should be there. Or even, no, actually, right around there would be perfect, I'm imagining. Cool. Okay. So, this morning I had a bit of a catch up with Luca, who was helping us with animation and level design a couple of months ago. He is in Japan. I didn't know that. He took a meeting with me from Japan. He's on holiday. I'm like, you don't have to be in this meeting if you're in another country. So we did that. We talked about the Athenian puzzle design. He's done a good job working on the bits that we revised since taking it to GDC. But I've got a few other things that I want to do. So I had put this here, put this here, put this here. I had what did I do all morning? What happened here? I guess this meeting went this long. And then, gee, where did the day go this morning? What the heck? Wow. I did one email. I can't say for sure exactly what it is, but we might be working on another game in the next little while for on and off for 6 months. It might be that I have a contract job with for an institution that would allow the public to play a small game that I would be making. Can't say what it is yet, but I can say it would be right in my wheelhouse. It'd be like a pixel art Unity game that would be, really, really reasonable in terms of size and scope. It would also be pretty good for, I guess, IndieTales and Insignia in terms of bringing in a bit of cash to help me work on things. I was also considering taking on some sponsorship opportunities. There was one that was coming in, next month it would be, next month, to do with testing a productivity tool. But the concept was that I was going to do a game jam to model my, I guess, review period for this content, for this productivity tool. And I don't know any jams that I can actually participate in that are happening in early June. There is the GMTK jam, but that's in early July. It's a whole month away. I might have to reach out to my contact to see if they would want to wait. I don't know. I think they actually want their campaigns out in June. So I don't know. Taking on opportunities. That's what you got to do. I'm hustling so that I can bustle. Okay. So anyway, that's what I spent my morning doing, I guess. There must have been some task that I did. This is why I track my time. Oh, I took a shower. That's why. I took some time to, this is my shower. There we go. That explains it. I was like, what was I doing for like 15 to 20 minutes here that made this email? It wasn't an hour that I spent. It was kind of like half an hour, but we must have gone overtime with our meeting. I think we started the meeting at like 9:40, went for like an hour and a bit. That makes more sense. Hey, I should reach out to Unity. What's happening with Unity? What are they doing? Someone has said that recently about reaching out to Unity. What are Unity doing? Small YouTubers are gifting sponsors from them. Unity as a sponsor. Okay, maybe I could do something like that. Yeah, that'd be sick if they offered one. I'd love to do a Unity sponsorship. I still like Unity a lot. All right, so I got some tasks. Let's load up the task list. So validate all slides in Orenstead Burns cutscene. Yeah, I mean, this could go on forever. I'm not dissatisfied with how this is looking, but I should validate it. And then I would love some sort of a boss fight start something. Some intro. In fact, there's also like a boss fight ending. They like to promote content creators that use Unity. I haven't seen any of that. I would love to see that. They should reach out to me. Why don't they know? All right, these will take me more than half an hour each. This is like an hour long each, these tasks. Hey there, Gruntled. Well, I'll see how I go. They did pull shenanigans. Okay, Harriet boss fight refactors. I mean, that's got to get in there. But I think before we do that, these things are polish and they're great, but I'm going to put them here anyway. They're not level design. They're kind of like, they are polish. And I would actually put them beneath certain other Polish tasks. You know, these Polak tasks are just... No problema. All right. This is Figma. So we can at least do these two. Bring back telescopes. Let's cancel that. Let's close this. Let's reopen it. Just so that we make sure that we're on the right one. Press that. We go here. I'm going to take this whole Foothills ambience, put it here. I'm going to take this camera and get it out of the way because it's in the way. I'm going to take this game engine, get it out of the way. Then I'm going to take, again, our environment and ambience. I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to take our anchor. I think that's good. Nice. Looks a little sepia. Wonder why that is. Now these birds should fly away when Armin attacks at them. I'm not sure why that's not happening. So let's have a look. What is game object? Okay. We'll call this Crow's Nest front container. Okay, now where is the cutscene? We don't need a door manager anymore. That can go. We can take this, bring it up here. Where's our engine? That can go up here. I'm also going to bring in my template headers. Christian Romanus says, my favorite nephew. Thank you, Christian. Christian, who is your... Who are you married to, Christian? Or who's your relation? Who's your next closest relation to me? Okay. All right. So this is clearly weird. We don't want that. Okay, so I was going to save this and I was going to go to... Okay, I can't move that around for some reason today. Let's maybe close it and reopen it. Still no good, huh? Uh-oh. Nothing is clickable. That's no good. Are we in the right everything? Let's get rid of... Oh no. Okay. What? Wait a second. This is my keyboard that's doing this. Is my shift key stuck? My control key is stuck. That's not the first time that's happened. I think this keyboard's maybe on its last legs. Alrighty. So I was actually going to go to the template scene. Let's not save that. Going to grab all of these, copy them, go over here and paste them, and then drag them up here and start bringing them down. So the first thing should be system, and then we should see... There's no enemies in this scene. There is decoration though. Let's put it up all the way up to there. Maybe all the way to here. Level should include the door and the scrolling bounds. And then these crows will go here. We can put them in enemy for now. Objects in the scene can go above enemy. Sequences is going to sit above, well, below level. And then character is going to go below sequences. So Armin is a character. He's going to sit down here. This is much easier to look at now. But there is a sequence that I don't know where it is. There's a something in this level. Telescope wrapper. These are part of the level, or I guess objects in the scene. Orinstead is background. Athenium is background. Arrow crow. Arrow crow. So this is the sequence. Okay. Does it have a timeline? Nope. Okay. So what are we doing here? This is Armin. He attacks left, attacks right. I could do all of this stuff with the new timeline system. Oh, I just changed the name of this. Oh gosh. Okay. I see what's happening. So this is really poorly built. That's okay. It's quite an old sequence. This is like, okay, if I can just make a case for something, in game development. This cutscene is using an old set of tools that I built, okay? And I'll tell you why I put so much time into tools. The reason why I put so much time into tools is stuff like this. So this is an animation node, I guess, in my sequence. And my sequence system only had one track in the past, right? If you think of the timeline as having tracks, this is basically one track. And the track is you can wait, you can have animations, you can have dialogue, and you can do other bits and pieces as well. Play a sound. All of this is fine until you get to stuff like this where we're actually hard coding the animators based on a name, right? So if I change the name of this arrow crow, this animation won't play because it's going to look for it in the scene. That's not great. That's not very well thought out, right? It doesn't allow for any refactoring. Also, I can't preview this. This is an animation. I can't see it. Like this one, I can see Armin's frame here, but I can't actually watch that animation play out. There's some very specific parameters here, like start at frame 0 at 12 frames per second after one loop finish. That's okay, but like, it's not very easy for me to look at this scene from here and think about how it's going to play out. So making changes to this inherently makes me anxious, right? Like it's hard to update this scene with this. It's actually faster for me to remake this from scratch. Because how am I going to edit this without then making another contract for the future? Like if I stick with these systems, I got to go, okay, well, as long as I don't change any of this stuff in the future, then it's going to be fine. But if I do change anything about this scene, you know, it's just not very good, right? So the kind of storytelling that I want to do requires there to be hundreds of these little interactions. I can't build them on top of a poor foundation. That's my opinion. And I know I know what whale time is saying. I get it, you know. Fair enough. But also, I really feel strongly about this. I really feel this way. I can't even be creative with this. I don't even know how I would modify it to make it some sort of slight adjustment to it. Like it's just this monolith of logic that I can't like easily interact with, you know? So I am going to fix it. I just need to make sure that I do that in a non-destructive way first. Maybe I'll duplicate it. Okay, so we're going to get rid of this, everything that's not dialogue, we're going to get rid of. Okay. Then we are going to create a timeline for this. And we're going to create it in the scene. This is my new system at work. So why doesn't this update the name of the game object? Oh, because it's im.name. There we go. Done. Okay. Also, like, it would be great to be able to put a little camera in here. Now I can. One press, done. Okay. So we also need this arrow crow, which previously was the thing that had all of the logic in it, which is not something that I want to see anymore. I'm going to put the arrow crow here. I'm going to have a sprite renderer underneath it. I'll just call it sprite. Put the sprite renderer in. You can't seem to do that for some reason. Remove that. And then this will have that sprite renderer there. We don't need the sequence player anymore. We don't need this box collider. And then we can put a retro track on it for retrobox track, arrow crow. What's the advantage of a timeline? Okay, so a timeline is a linear editor, just like that sequence that I had on the right side of the screen. The difference is a timeline lets you do things on time. So you can say, okay, I want this to happen 3 seconds later. And it's just like that. You don't have to hard code a wait instruction for 3 seconds, right? You just say how long you want to wait. You can also do things simultaneously. So you can have a character walking from A to B while a dialogue box shows up, while a camera is moving left to right. And you can just see that visually. It's also great for previewing, right? I can watch the thing play out and I can actually just say, okay, Armin says this, he does this, he goes that. Okay, good. I can, as the director of a movie that is the game, I can watch it and edit it, right? As the editor, I can say, okay, so first that happens. Oh, that's too long of a wait. Okay. Yep, that's good. All right, let's bring this all back and that'll feel great. You know, if I can't do that, what I have to do is press play, run the game, watch it, remember what needs to change it, guessing what is going to happen, and then press play again and wait for it again. Watch it again. I don't want to have to do that. No one has, for hundreds and hundreds of these things, I don't want to do that. If I look at it now, I've already got 243 of these. 243 in chapter 1. So we're on track to have like 1,200. Maybe that's chapter 1 and a bit of chapter 2. So maybe we'll call it 1,000. I don't want to have to do that for 1,000 things. Imagine validating this game, doing QA on like 1,000 dialogue interactions. Hey, Link to the Past. All right. So instead, we're going to do crow. Old. So what happens? After about a second, crow dropping arrow plays. And that's the only thing. Armin flinches. And then idles. And then attacks left, attacks right, idles. Okay. So. Crow dropping arrow happens. Armin flinches. Armin idles. And loops. And then he Attack left. Attacks right. One, two. And then idles again. Then he says things that he needs to say. So this happens, it's not on a loop, which means it goes that long. Okay, good. So we load into the scene. Maybe we do like a camera push up at the start, like a, what, dolly up? I don't know what you call that. A crane move. And we're going to fade in 1 second and then move at the end back to normal. Let's take our cutscene camera and put in a camera shot track. So Mark 1, let's start down here. Mark 2, we're going to end up dead center. And then here on the sequence, Mark 1 starts here, Mark 2 is there. We're going to be moving and we're going to settle like that. So as we watch, we should see that motion. Except something's going wrong here. I don't know. Scene ortho size. Do we not have a... This has got a scene meta. I don't know what the problem is with that. Game system. Scene ortho size is current scene meta dot inside. Do we not have a current scene meta? Weird. Okay, it works now. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is, this is the clip that we're transitioning in and out of. We want to start with the push up, the fade, the moving up. That's cool. I want all of this to happen a bit later. So we're going to get up, 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 up. Maybe like this. And then I think this should be a bit shorter. Maybe like tick, 1, 2. And then the crow drops the arrow. Crow comes in. Where is the crow? There it is. But right now it's not visible because we didn't put anything on the sprite renderer. So let's put it on the character layer, I guess. So come in. This happens. See, like this is like actual directing now. I can actually direct the scene. So go up, crow comes in, drops the arrow, flies away. At the second that this comes down here, Armin goes to flinch. See, I can actually time this now. We can do, like, you can't do comedy if you can't do timing. That's a problem. So he flinches, turns around, says, hey. And then let's go immediately into the combos. Combo 1, combo 2. And then idle. Hey, slash, slash. Except this slash is going to face left. So he goes, hey, slash, and then this will pivot him. I'm not previewing that yet, but I probably should. And then this one, we don't want to force face any direction. We're just going to look. And then Armin says to himself, wait, they're bringing these. Wow. And then that's the end. Cool. So that's like, this is the same info that I just was working with, but now I can edit this. And if I come back here 6 months later, I can edit this. You know, I don't need this thing anymore. I can just delete that. We can hit play. And the only reason that was a bit weird was because Armin was not on the ground when we started the scene. So let's place him on the ground. So now we've got a cool, nice camera looking up. Hey. Wait, bring us over the foothills. Nice. Pretty good. In Australia, it's 1:44 p.m. So I think camera mark 2 just needed to be a little bit higher, and Armin can be a little taller there. And I think that turnaround didn't happen. Why didn't that happen? Oh, because we didn't force face the direction. So we're here. Still need to be a little bit higher on that second mark. Just because I don't know where the actual camera is. Well, the camera is going to be at whatever position it expects to be, but let's just leave it where it is. So mark 2, that seems fine to put it there. And then, yeah, good. I think I was happy with that. The only thing was I wanted these combos to be a little faster. Maybe like 13 frames per second. And then a bit of a pause from wait. Oh, maybe not. You know what? That's getting a bit fancy with it. Let's just leave it. And in fact, this joke, if I wanted to, I think I can make this joke land way better if I actually skip over to the thing. I can actually show it playing in real time. Like there's a scene in, do you know South Park? There's a scene in South Park where they're selling used jewelry, like gold. And it's like a little moment where it shows the entire supply chain of the used gold industry. Hey, Ayatri, thank you so much for the sub. And it's like, there's like a whole like little musical moment where it's like, and it's like showing all of the things. And it's only funny because of like the time they take to labor over what's happening. This joke that I had in mind, this would make way more sense if I was to visually show the things happening, ABC, ABC, which I couldn't do without this system. But I might just leave it for now. But I could do it. It would be trivial now to do that, to make that happen. It wouldn't just be a random... I wouldn't have to have Armin explain it with text. You know, it would be a visual joke. Okay. So what else? Armin does this. Hey, attack, attack. This hey, is that in the right expression? I could actually preview the... I could do it here even. That'd be good. Wait, can I show gizmos? Where are you at the game right now? The top of Orenstead Watchtower? So this, I'd love to see that there. So it's the right expression. Wait, I want to start a little bit like that and then neutral. And then confused. Okay, let's see that. CPU, GPU usage? That's a great question. I don't know. I might keep that second angry face. There we go. Like the penny drops. It is using scriptable objects, Risichu. Yeah, this is a scriptable object. I mean, I can have a look, but the thing is, Unity Editor is doing a bunch of stuff right now. In fact, most of the game, if I go to the analysis, the profiler, and I run the game, if you look at this, see this green? Most of that is the Unity Editor. If I take others away, that's the game's resources. So let's just say this is, what would you say? The other is 4.5 ms, and the rest of the game combined is like under 100. So it's about 1/5, shall we say, of the actual resources is going to, of the Unity project, 1/5 of it is the game, and 4/5 is the editor. This is back of the napkin here, but right now, we've got like 10 gigs of RAM. It's chewing up a lot. I would say it's more than that even. It's probably indexing a bunch of stuff. I reckon we should actually run the game. Do you know what? I've got a build. We could try it. One sec. Hang on. We don't have to guess. We could just check it. But the thing is, I feel like Unity games are just, they are what they are, you know? Like they just chew up whatever resources that they can have. And then, sorry, that's not what I mean. They chew up what they chew up, and the game logic is like, unless you're doing crazy amounts of extra stuff on top. Okay, so here's the game. And then I want to go to something else and I want to run Task Manager, and I'm going to bring it into my second monitor so I can see it at the same time. With the game running, Insignia is 300 megabytes of RAM. That's pretty good. I'm proud of that. So if you've got 300 meg of RAM, you're pretty good. CPU is 3% of my CPU, but I don't know how to tell you like what that actually is in terms of like the resources. What do I have to use? The resource manager? Resource monitor? So insignia.exe. That's crazy. 140 threads. The game runs on a single thread. So what are the rest of the 140 doing? Insignia memory is 300 meg. CPU is whatever. I don't know how to PID. I don't know what these represent. It's 3. I guess that's just a percentage, but it's not gonna. What are we gonna do? Measure it in flops? Is there no GPU test? You can't see how much of the GPU it's taking up? Anyway, that's that. Hey, Jehan. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. All right, I'm going to keep going. So the only thing we're missing is... Oh, hey, thanks. Is that Waikipom? It's hard to read your name because of the thing being so small, but welcome. Maybe I'll make it a bit bigger. Alrighty. So that's done. The only thing was the birds don't react anymore to Armin swinging his sword. So this is going to check, oh my gosh. If Armin's, see, this is the problem. Although it's not bad, but this is no longer really correct. Because Armin's not going to be doing his action state when we do this. So since we rebuilt the behavior tree, this isn't really correct. I guess, I mean, it's correct in the sense that in the game, they will know that Armin's doing combat nearby them. And so they'll know to run away. But in the meantime, I mean, I could force him into the action state, but I don't really do that yet in the game, like at all. I barely try to puppet Armin around. So otherwise we would just force it. We would just call a function on all of the birds that we wanted to do their fly away thing. I think that's not as... What do? Do we either hard code in the scene, in the cutscene, that these birds fly away when he attacks this way, and then these birds fly away when he attacks this way? We either hard code that, Or we do something where rather than check for Armin being in the combat state, they check for Armin doing a hitbox, because the hitbox will be accurate. That check will work, and they won't have to have any additional code. So I think that would be the better check, but it's more expensive. Unless I have a check on Armin that's like doing hitbox or something like that. So I'm not against it. I'm not against it. We could check the hitbox manager of Armin's animator and ask it if it's got any hitboxes on a specific layer that are active right now. Active frame objects. We've got a dictionary of them. That's great. We'll just poll that. Has collider of type. What does this do? This might be exactly what we want. But this is checking if a sheet has a collider of type. So public bool has active collider on layer. And then layer. And then we would say for each we would say, let's pseudocode it. For each of the colliders active in the active frame objects, check if any are on the specified layer. If so, return true. Okay. So what is active frame objects? Active frame objects is a dictionary of collider 2Ds by frame. Then there's collider info for all the active hitboxes. That's actually better, but this is retro layer. Retro layers are not what I want here. I want Unity layers. Layer collider info for all active hitboxes. A list of hitboxes active this frame. I think it's still active frame objects. And we're just going to go through all the colliders really. So it's just for each collider 2D call in active frame objects.keys if call.gameObject.layer equals the found layer, or we could do like first or default even. So we could say is it dot first or default blah blah not equals null, where literally that, where, and this is like Unity engine dot layer. Layer mask, does this have layers? Or are they strings? What is name to layer? Layer mask dot name to layer. Okay. I don't really want to use the string, but I guess it's just a bit mask. That also creates a dependency because it technically hard codes it. I guess we could do it. Okay. Layer mask dot layer to name dot equals layer mask dot name to layer. Wait, no, we don't need to do that. That's going to go back the other way. Layer. That's it. So now on almond behavior, this is a bit dangerous here. I wonder what these get used for, because this is overlapping with what we want to do right now. I see. Oh, that's really interesting. Right now, the Hunden do input reading on Armin, but they read your input based on if you're in the attack state, whereas I'm about to do a check for if you have an attack hitbox. So Armin can be starting his attack and they'll only try to dodge after the hitbox comes out. That's really interesting. So what I'll do is I'll rename these. is in air attack state. I'll be more explicit about what they do. Is in attack state. And I can have different levels of input reading. And then public bool has hit collider. So return animator.boxmanager.has active collider on layer, and then it's like player hit layer name. And then I gotta go find out what that is. I think it's just called player hit. Okay, then on my crow, I can check is Armin attacking, and I can do this here to say good. Okay. Gosh, imagine if that works first try. Hey, Ged. We'll find out. This only seems to happen sometimes, this issue. Where the timeline, it can't... That's so weird. I'm just going to leave it. Okay. It worked. Did it actually work first try? Let's try one more time. I can't tell if it's a coincidence. They can fly away on their own. Yeah, it worked. Cool. I just need to make them a little bit more sensitive. I think they need to fly away if you attack from even further away. I think 1.5 is good. Nice. Awesome. Now, do you think the camera should move at all here? I feel like I should have it be fixed. Like a fixed camera. Maybe it's just like a little bit of movement. Gotta bring those walls in too. Nice. That's much better. Cool scene. Hey, Wendy. All right. So now we've got to get these telescopes working. These need to be inspection style. And I'm going to grab them from home. Like the cello. Not the cello, the clock would be a better example. So, clock interest. How does this work? We have a sprite, and then we have an interest. It has a sequence player on it. It really bothers me I don't have a really clear way of doing this. I basically have this problem in the game. I talked about it yesterday a little bit, where we've got these little speech bubbles. These show up when you talk to characters, or when you can talk to characters. Then I have this thing called, and they're a kind of interest, or an interactable, I should say. I have another kind of interactable called an interest. So we have prompts, which are bubbles you can talk to people with. And then I have switches or interactables or things that you can interact with. Sorry, let me reset. Everything that starts a cutscene is an interactable. Some of those interactables are prompts, which are things you can inspect with to talk to somebody. Or in this case, I have this interest, which is like a flash. You can see the flash shader over it when you're standing next to it. That's another kind of interaction. And then I have like, mechanical switches and other things you can interact with to start a cutscene. But what I don't have is a really easy way to like just toggle between them. I can't just be like, oh, this should be a character, so they get a prompt. Oh, this thing I want to interact with one of these. I just don't have like a really easy way to set that stuff up. But I should be able to. It's just a bit awkward right now. And it's not, this is one of those areas where Unity doesn't have like, I don't have like, I could do a prefab. If I go interest, I probably do have one. Yeah, interest is here. But I still need to populate the prefab. Maybe that's enough. I also need to make sure that like this sequence player, I'm thinking that the prefab should go under the sequence player, not that the interest has a sequence player. It's just one of these things where I'm noticing the architecture of my game scenes needs to be tighter, and I'm not doing a very good job right now of balancing that. There are some things where something is the parent of something and some places where it's the child. I say cache. It's a French word. Cache. It's like store or hide. I used to say cache, so don't feel bad if you say it. Like C-A-S-H is how it should be pronounced. All right. Cache. Like Lightning McQueen. So my options here are, replace this with an interest. Or I put an interest on it. It's probably neither here nor there at this point. I just need to put these. And I really don't like quest toggles either. Yeah. I've got a much more compositional approach to this stuff these days, and it's just one of those things, In fact, wait. Reached bridge mechanism quest. Why would I have a quest toggle on this? Why would I do that? That's dumb. Cache is like, that's a different word in French. Cache is like clout, isn't it? If you put a little on the top. Well, cache would be like to hide, but cache like is like hidden. Oh, that's hidden past tense. Cache. But there's something. Oh, there, cache with a T. Cache, which is elegance or prestige. So if someone like has cache, that's what people are talking about. Like, oh, you know, Mercedes-Benz as a brand has cache. That's what this means. But cache would be hidden, and cache with an ER is to hide. Tacky, but it's the opposite. Yeah, no, it's the opposite of that. It's a good thing to have cache, I think. So, in this case, this becomes the interactable for that. This is the collider, that's fine. It's got an animator on it. I don't know why. It's got a sequence player. And this becomes telescope or instead. If I turn off this, what happens? So I've just got this interest here. There's no sprite on it, which is a bit... I need to make it so that we've already done this cutscene, otherwise I'm going to lose my mind. See crows dropping. So test. Here it is. See. Check. I don't need this anymore. Engine goes on top. Test. Okay, cool. And then he wants to interact with it, but he can't right now because of where the thing is, but that's fine. So what about the sprite? Okay. But there would have to be multiple sprites, wouldn't there, to make this work? Or am I just... okay. Well, let's put the telescope here. You know? And then let's get our box collider and move it back here. Well, that looks fine. Nice. Well, that was great. Okay. I just need to trust the process then on those. And the thing is, these old ones used to have... Do they not have like a timeline? They do have a timeline. Okay. Eshays, mate. Cache, mate. Hey, Paolo. I hope you never finish the game. Thanks, I guess. Cache, mate. So let's go have a look at this again. This interest will also need... Yeah, I mean, I really would prefer for the sequence player to be above it. It's so awkward to put it here. At the very least, it should be up. Yeah, I mean, at least put it up here and have this down at the bottom. Okay. And in fact, one more. I should go further. I should put this at the very top. Put that there. I don't like stacking components on things. I like to do the Godot thing where you put one component per node. But anyway, we do need a playable director on this. So, like if I was to do this with the new system, I would go into this. I would then see this and I would say, create in scene. I would go here. I would validate timeline data and I would have inspect or instead telescope there. It would already have the timeline set up with everything all ready. These are my old cameras that don't work anymore. So then I would go, I mean, this feels way more natural to me. And then I would take the telescope interest and I would put it underneath this. And then I would put the interest as the interactable for this. And I would disable and remove the sequence player from that. Yeah, and now it's working based on this. That, I think, is a much better way to do it. Because at the top, it kind of elevates the fact that it's a sequence in the scene. And, you know, maybe I would just move this here and take this and put it where it needs to go. And maybe I would remove this collider as well. Now, it might want to add the collider automatically, actually, if I don't let it. Oh no, it doesn't automatically do it. Cool. So this is just like, gosh, just far better as a workflow, because now I can just look at it, it's validated, it's done. I don't need to do anything. I should rename this interest as like, oh man, let me go and let me fix this. Okay, we're going to fix this right now. Folder, interact. I think it's interactables is with an I. I'm not sure. So interest and prompt and pop-up text. Maybe not pop-up text, but interest and prompt certainly are interactables. I don't know what the, is it a word? It is able with an A. Oh, I was right. Oh, good on me. Everywhere else in the game, I've written it with an A. I just thought I was wrong the whole time. Okay, so this should be called like interest plus sequence player. And then I'm going to copy and paste this. And I'm just going to call it interest. Interest interactable. So let's just reset that. I'm going to bring an interest interactable into the scene, but these do not have sequence players strictly. They're just this stuff. And in fact, I'm not sure what the, is this not a shader? I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to touch it. So then I plug interest interactable into here, remove this one. This goes on 0, 0, 0. In fact, interest and sequence player needs to be 0, 0, 0 as well. Interest interactable also needs to be on 0, 0, 0. Save that. This is so much better. This needs to be, well, we need to give it the sprite. Telescope. And then place it where we want to place it. Let's say there. And then we just need to move the box to where it needs to go, which is going to be there and there. Maybe a little bit to the left. Then that's it. It just is going to work. I don't need to worry about anything else. Cool. Perfect. I think a little bit over to the left was better. Why do you choose Unity? Well, I started with Unity. And that's it. That's the reason. That's the whole thing. So now I can just get rid of, well, hang on a second. This thing I'm a little concerned about. There's this whole telescope, fisheye lens, this iris lens thing that I'm doing that I've never, I don't know. It's cool, but I don't think I need it right now. I might just leave it. And then I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go back to inspect Athenium telescope. And I'm going to create that in scene. And I'm going to validate that. Now I got 2. Then I'm going to take this interest interactable, copy it, paste it under here, and put it on this guy. Then I'm going to flip the position. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to move this down here. Then I'm going to flip this. And put it in the equivalent spot. Cool. So it's Orinstead first and then Athenium. Athenium, everything is okay. Do we have a timeline for this? Whoa, there is only a timeline for Orinstead, not for the Athenium. Why did I do that? Okay, well, I guess I've got some work to do. Hey, Fake Coffee, good luck. Is there a big difference? Godot's open source, Unity has more features. Okay. Good. So now we can just quickly update this with what we actually want. And man, am I glad to be getting rid of these recorded animator things. Do I really have to go to college? You don't have to, no. Is this got an animator on it? It does. Or maybe we can use this nonetheless. Or after all, I suppose. Telescope wrapper goes here. Scope in, scope stay, scope out. Let's see if it works. I mean, something was supposed to happen. I don't know if it happened. Where is that telescope wrapper? Scope. Oh, it's got an animator too. And it's got a telescope script. Okay. Let's bring the telescope script back. And let's take the telescope wrapper and replace it with the scope. Okay. That's cool. Nice. Oh, that's reasonable. Okay, well, as long as it's not getting masked out by whatever the hell that is, we could use that. That's still good. Visible outside of mask. And then this has the sprite mask on it. And the sprite mask is masking foreground 2, specifically 21 to 19. The problem is I would then need to find out where else in the game there's a sprite mask. Bunch of sprite masks. So that's final black. That's very specific. That's UI. That's okay. This is UI. UI. Oh, okay. So it's actually pretty specific. So is it just placed in the wrong spot on the screen or what? That's that and that's that. I don't know. Oh, I see. Is it that it's placed itself in a spot that's anchored to where this is 0? It's just using a sprite that's pivoted in the wrong spot. Why is this set to -5? -2.4? would be perfect. But why has it done that? Okay. Now the problem here is that, I mean, I could make this whatever I want. It's so weird that the scope's position, I mean, why are you not just like dead in the center, right? Like, I guess that's 0, 0. Yucky. I would imagine we would want 0, 0 to be like here. And then the circle is like, God, off in no man's land. But why is the circle pivoted all the way over there? Are we using, we're not using pivot. Okay. There's the circle. There's the block. Okay, so this is pivoted in the wrong spot. Really, pixel is top left. White, square. Let's use square. Square is usually pretty good. Okay, and now it's 6.4 by 3.6 at 0, 0. Okay. So scope now, if we make this 0, nice. And then 0, good. Okay. That's much better. But I would say this should be bigger anyway. This should be really just like 10 by 10. Why play with fire? Just make it huge. Okay, pretty good, but somehow there's another mask that's blocking this. Wait, that's the mask. Oh, it's been given 4.8 by 2.7. Is this doing it? Yes, it is doing it. And it's scaling specifically with the camera. Okay, so does it have an offset on the x-axis that's making it look a bit weird? Why is it doing that? Because if I stand here, is it because we drifted ever so slightly to the right? No, I think it should not scale with the camera. I think we should just force it to be really big. Nice. Cool. Okay. Sure. So let's go back over to here. And we can keep this for now. Why does that go from this to then that? Weird. Okay. And then I guess the thing is scope is the thing that's going to be set to active here. And then outside it's inactive. So we're turning the scope off. Fair enough. All right. Well, I have a much better way of doing this. I don't really need these animators. I am going to introduce a camera into this cutscene. Let's validate this. Looks good. Let's add a camera. And this cutscene camera is going to be over at R instead. Hello. Hey, thanks for the sub, Castatatus. Welcome, welcome. And I'm actually just going to take this scene and just delete it. I think we can do a better job. It's an older version of R instead. I really should have like a prefab that's just like R instead. So it's the background. And then all of this stuff. So there's the sequence. There was the camera. So let's go take this now, put it in there. And in fact, I wouldn't mind putting this inside of the sequence. Where is 0? Okay, that's this. How can that be 0? Shouldn't 0 be... 0 is this line here. So let's take all of this stuff and focus it around that line right there. I don't understand how a pivot, how this can be the pivot position. If this up and down here, that line should be 0. So why is it local pivot of, oh no, because the telescope's off center. And I just put it as a child of the telescope. That would be my mistake. Well, I think that's not a bad idea anyway to leave it like that. So if that's the center of that, then I'm just going to move everything to be centered around it. So it's like that. That's dead center. Now, I'm not loving what's happening here. Did I somehow screw up all of the layering? No, I just didn't bring the terrain with me. I hate that I can't test it. Because of how the flattening is working. Something to do with the cameras. Is there a weird Z depth issue here? Like these things are going away because they're not... Wait, why are they in front? Oh my gosh, I've made this so complicated. Oh, they're like, everything is like in front. Okay, so I need to move this to like be in line with that. To like there, at least. And then everything in this needs to go back by about 6. So that it lines up with that. Now it's 0.5. Close enough. Oh my gosh. What a mission. This was way more time than I thought it would take. I have been, yeah, using parallax this way. Okay, this is going to ruin the background, though. That's the only problem, is that this is going to scroll down and it's going to think that we're in the same scene. So I might have to disable this one. We'll see. Anyway, we wanted to move a camera down here. So we've got a camera there, camera, shot track, including this cutscene camera. So actually, we don't really need the camera marks unless we want to do something funky with it. We don't technically need to do even a shot. We could just bring the camera in and have there be a fade between. And then another fade between. And that's actually going to do all of the work for us. Like the scope stuff is actually trying to do the fades as well. We don't really need it. Like this thing here, fading, doesn't need to be there. Because of the new system that I built ages ago. The new old system, the old new system. So we've got this cutscene camera, and the cutscene camera is going to be here. Right there. Cool. Perfect. And then that's all it needs to do right now. See? The only thing is we lost all of our trees. I wonder if it was the actual background that caused a problem here. Let me just turn this off for a sec. Yeah, it was. I could turn off the parallaxing. Actually, that would be the easiest thing to do. So that this is just flat. And then it won't bother us. Cool. So that telescope iris thing where it's going in and out, I don't know if it's necessary. It was cool. I just don't know. It might be cooler if it was a kind of effect that I could place here in the transition. Rather than an object that I need to include in the scene. It just feels a bit weird as like a custom thing. So I'm going to remove it from here. And this too. So let's watch it again. And then I think I want this sequence to wait for timeline end. Much better. All right. And maybe even this. What happens if we do it like that? No. And could I make this longer? What does fade out look like there? Fade out 2 seconds. What would the purpose of fade out be here? It's definitely fade between. Trying to think how I should best use this. Oh, hey, telescope. I think I want this to hide as well. Add dialogue control clip. I think having Armin's face appear on screen is not great here. Let's do it there, and then there as well, and then there too. So it's more like, hey, telescope. And then what's this little thing on the screen? You seeing that? What is... Oh, the fader on the camera is somehow behind the foliage. How is that happening? How is that happening? That's not how this works. Foreground 2 is where this is. So wait a second. I actually don't know for the camera. I don't know where it... This is the exposure canvas and its position is... Oh, it's on foreground 2. Oh, okay. So it actually is my fault. That's very strange. That's a strange mistake that I made. One of those things is wrong. I mean, I could put it on foreground 1. It's not going to hurt anybody. Cool. And I would like it. I think I do want to pan across. I think it's going to look sick if I do that. So like, let's add a camera shot track of the cutscene camera. Mark 1 is here. Mark 2 is here. And we're going to do a very slow ease in out across that. Okay. Or nothing. No, we've got to actually start somewhere and we're going to end somewhere. I'm thinking we should start on the right side and go left because Armin's looking from here out that way. So he should be looking from here. And these can be both using like, yeah, 1.8 cameras are fine, but 27.9 at 0. 27.9 at 0. and one goes to the other. This one needs to end. Let's try to end like that. Needs to be way more subtle than that. Okay, let's bring it into like here and here. I'm thinking that's even going to be too much. Here and here. And it kind of hurts. It actually hurts our... You know what? I want the camera move to start after he says, wow, I can see Orenstead from here. To there. Maybe more like this. Oof, it's rough. Because the camera position's not at Mark 1. Copy position, paste position. No, I think I want, as soon as it comes in, we should have Armin start saying it. And at that moment, we should be panning as well. Straight away. I really want like a fade out and then a little break before a fade in. And I think this should probably not start. Maybe he says, maybe we can have a fade out and then a fade in. One. Maybe we can do something where we take this and this and this, and we have a fade, we have a none at the start and a fade out at the end. And we do somehow, I've never done this before, but somehow we could do this. And we can have this just be like that. I've never done this before. We're going to try it. Does this work on its own? No. No. Because our main camera doesn't count here. So we can have this be like Orenstead camera. Oh, not Orenstead, Watchtower camera. And put that at 0, 0. Boom, boom. So that's going to sit, you know, wherever. I don't love that, man. I don't love it. Oh, we could use the zone camera as our Watchtower camera. Can we do that? Maybe we can. So I take this and I put this here. Can I zoom? Can I fade out of that? Hey, I can. Nice. That's what I want. I want to do that. So it's oh hey a telescope. Fade out. Wow, I can see Orenstead from here. Fade in. And I think maybe the end position of that mark should be dead center. I think it just needs to be right on the money. So maybe it starts a bit off center, but it tracks toward the center. Perfect. Could go top to bottom as well. Yeah, I don't mind that. That's a cool idea. Let's do it. The only problem I have is that what it's doing right now is because of the way that I've got these parallax layers set up, it kind of looks like we are positioned right here, but really we're kind of looking from, we are up, like our perspective is we are over here looking down like this. In 3D, we'd be like this, looking at it that way. So I think not having parallax might help it not feel quite as placed. Hey, Dat, how's it going? I mean, it's fine. It's pretty good for now. I'm not going to change it, but this is good. This is really nice. Cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. So then we could kind of just replicate this exactly as it is for the other cutscene. So this one, it's not as far along. This was kind of broken, so I'm going to delete it. I'm going to copy this one and call it Observe Athenium. And then I'm going to go to Inspect Athenium and place this on the playable director. No, it doesn't have a director. Let's validate timeline data. Let's add the timeline and validate it again. Let's take Inspect Athenium Telescope, which is here, 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 here. Okay, so it created one from scratch, which I don't like. Let's go back over to it. I'm going to delete this one. Athenium Telescope. I think it's Observe, as I wrote. You know what? I can just go here and say Observe Athenium. Okay. And then here, if we look at it, this is Observe Orinstead, this is Observe Athenium. Good. Come back here, and now we're there. So the difference is we don't have, these bindings should be different. So we don't have the sequence player bound, we don't have anything like that done. Now everything's rebound because I press a button and that just fixes everything. Now we just need to include these things. So does this have, yep, we want these to go here. So we can do basically the same thing, but instead our cameras are going to be over to the Athenium over here. And this time I think I do want the mark to start left and go right. Where this ends with the door kind of there, this starts over here. Maybe up high and like ending low, we could do that. So it's camera transition track from zone camera to cutscene camera. And on the cutscene camera track, we've got Mark 1, Mark 2. So we should go do, 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 do. This is the cutscene camera for this. I think I might have put the wrong ones in there. That's 1. That's 2. Like that. Cool. When you first started making Insignia, did you start with assets and then code? I did start with assets, but do you know what? The problem is if you do it alone, you're kind of stuffed either way. Like you have, it's a bit difficult. Inspect Athenium telescope. The problem is that you're going to end up in a position where you kind of, you kind of have like no nice way of avoiding having to redo stuff. Because when you do assets first, right, you like design a character, the character looks really nice, and then you put him in the game, or you start building the game and you go, oh, this isn't fun with this character of this size. Like when I started Insignia, the first Armin sprite, Armin 3. Process 07. Yeah. So like you can see really early on, there's a couple of versions of Armin here where like he was really tall and skinny at the start. This was just like because I drew him that way. But making a platformer or a game that has platform mechanics with a character that's got these dimensions, it's kind of hard. It's very tall and not very wide. And I think when you have a character in a video game, a lot of the times you refer to their position. So the more square they are, the easier it is for that position to be relatively accurate no matter where on the character you're talking about. You can say, oh, okay, well, when the character is here, I know that they are, you know, within this many pixels of whatever. So if you're trying to do like collisions and stuff, it can be just more straightforward, especially if they're smaller. Like a small square, like in Celeste, Madeline is basically a little square, you know, moving around with a little bit of hair coming off her. What that does is it minimizes these scenarios that I've had to deal with in Insignia where like, I've got Armin, this is where his position is, this is the rectangle, and you jump here. It's like so much of his character is above this angle, but because you're moving down this way, you're going to hit this lip, and I have to account for that case. You know, what happens here? There, do I just correct him? Like, how do I fix this? And then with like ledge grabs, I've got 2 of them because this creates a stumble condition where he like kind of stumbles up the ledge, but like this creates a ledge grab condition where he grabs onto the ledge and then hangs from it. If he was a square, I probably wouldn't have to do that distinction. So it's little things like that where you don't realize what doing the assets first can do for you. It can put you in a position where you have to figure something out a very specific way. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, that's broken. Was it this hide? The hide broke. Was it just bound the wrong way? Whoa, that was weird. What the hell was that? What? Oh, hey, a telescope. I'm pretty sure that's the Athenium. Why is that considered number 3? Oh, because I got this dumb stuff in here. That's why. Okay, try again. Except we're in the wrong spot. So this camera needs to be looking at the wrong... You go away. You are the camera that we want to look at. Okay. Oh, hey, telescope. I'm pretty sure that's the Athenium. Nice. Very nice. I don't know what happened with the graphics, but it looks cool. Looked cool. Skyrim intro. It did look really cool. I think I might need to remove that and then take this and then place it. Whoops. Oh no, it's that they're a foreground. It's not that any, well, I'll still do that. It's that I've got that foreground 2 stuff. Foreground 1. Foreground 1. This is all old actually, even this sprite. Nope. All right, I'll be back. Where is this? What is this called? Athenium steps. I should have known. Huh. Nice, much better. Not sure what's going on with the... Oh, I know what it is. It's the cutscene is set up a little bit differently, where it's trying to finish before the timeline's finished. There we go. Okay. Oh, hey, a telescope. Pretty sure that's the Athenium with the birds flying by. That's so cool. Cool. Nice. So the only other things I want to do is I want to force the pin locations here to be at the top. All of them. Except for maybe, oh hey, a telescope. So when we do it like this, it's like that, oh hey, a telescope, and then it goes out, comes back in at the top. But we're going to force it to face left for these two, and face right for those two. Good. Hey, telescope. Oh, I can see orange second here. Nice. Oh. That was really good, but what happened? How did this fail? What is that? So it works, and then the second time I do it, it doesn't work. Look at that. The camera didn't transition. I guess because we're not technically necessarily using the zone camera. Can I use the main camera? And cutscene camera, action camera, zoom sequence camera, multi-influence camera. I guess I could just put I think I know what's going wrong. I think I just need to put a cutscene camera that's here. That's just in the exact same spot. Well, how do I best do this? It's like I'm trying to change the exposure of the camera, but right now it's like I need to target the active camera in the cutscene to do that, which is not great. If I put this to none, I wonder if it can just do the current camera. I wonder if I can set it up to do that so that I don't need anything here. Because I think that's what I'd want to do. Like whatever the camera currently is, just fade out. That would be ideal. I feel like I don't need to supply something here. But the clip behavior is going to be, it's going to need to know what it's doing. So camera transition clip behavior. Transition. So just to explain Code Dragon, I think with Unity and Unreal, you're going to be doing vastly different things in both, mostly to do with like this kind of work that I'm doing right now. This is like, what would you call it? Scene editing. Scene editing is the biggest difference between the two. and they have different models of how they handle the contents of a scene. The scene graph is different. And so the workflows will be different. But both Unity, well, Unreal would be probably even more suited to what I'm doing now than Unity is, which is this idea of like, you're trying to build something cinematic, you're trying to edit it. Like you have the contents of the frame, you're trying to animate things within the contents of the frame to tell some sort of visual storytelling. A lot of Unreal, I think, is devised for that purpose. And the thing is, depending on what kind of developer you are and what kind of game you're trying to make, you are going to be doing more or less of that. You're going to rely on it more or less. Some people make games and they don't even use a scene editor. They just write a bunch of code and then that's the game. And I think, especially if you're making something procedural, very engineering-y, you know, something with emergent gameplay, like a procedural dungeon crawler or something, you might not need a scene editor at all. The whole game might not have one cutscene in it. But as soon as you start doing storytelling, then you start needing to set things up and build tools in a way that lets you do the storytelling as easily as possible, because more and more and more of your workflow is in the editor. So I would say the workflows are different, but you might not see a lot of, and someone mentioned it in chat, you know, you're not going to see people giving tutorials about this kind of game design storytelling stuff, because it's very editor specific, and to be frank, most indie projects don't have a lot of this. Most indie projects don't do a lot of storytelling. You know, even something like Celeste, which is a very story-centric, I mean, the story is a big part of that game, but you mostly are just doing gameplay. You're not really watching a lot of cutscenes. So they probably could have hard-coded those, you know? Just, you know, set them up in something. You could even do like MP4s, just play a video at a certain point. I know they don't do that, but at a certain, like I was watching, I was playing the demo of Cadence of Hyrule. Cadence of Hyrule's cutscenes are videos. So it's like they don't have a cutscene system. They're not going to go to the effort of building one. If there's only an intro cutscene and an outro cutscene at the end of the game, might as well just throw something together in After Effects or, you know, Premiere and just play that at a certain point. You're not doing a lot of linear editing like this, trying to build something like that. Whereas for me, it's like, well, I need this to be a core part of my game. And so I spend a lot of time configuring the game to be able to let me do the storytelling. So my issue here is that I need this camera transition clip here when there is no virtual camera. Started equals true, camera operate clip dot in transition. And this camera is a virtual camera of which sometimes there will be nothing. That's the problem. So the challenge here is that I want to when I operate this camera and it does the in transition, camera transition clip previous, if it's not null, release it. So what's going to happen here when I have this thing set up is I've got this snap to an invisible camera. That's kind of awkward, but I'm using it to say, it's a bit awkward, man. I wish I had just built this better. I wish I knew exactly what it needed to be before I started it. Because I want to fade out. I mean, it's kind of reasonable that you would use this for what I'm trying to do, but like the concept is cool where I can see, oh yeah, the blue line is like the camera fading in, you know, and then this is fading out and in away from this camera and back to the default camera. But this idea here of fading out from the default camera into nothing for a while, I don't have that supported in the game. And then this idea of the default camera it doesn't know what that means. So what needs to happen here is this needs to say, okay, if it's null, if this is null, then the camera is whatever the camera that is currently active in the scene is, which I can try that. So if camera equals null, this setup clip is probably where it needs to be. Yeah. Camera transition clip.active in previous. If camera is null, camera transition clip. Why is this capital? Static. Ooh, okay. All right. Okay. Do we use active and previous a lot in this little setup? No, we don't. So I'm not even sure what that's doing. But let's leave it for now. Check transition start. So this is if the camera is null. I think we should do it. We're going to say no camera set by clip inspector. Let's use the active camera in the scene. Okay, camera equals main camera behavior dot instance. No. Hang on a second. Virtual camera has a thing called operate. Sorry. Okay, so operate camera. Right, so this actually has no idea about the active camera in the scene. Really? That's astounding. Wow. It just tells the world it wants to be operating. And then we try to make that happen for it. Okay. So how do we get the camera on the top of the stack? It's actually a list. Current camera. Okay. So is there a singleton here? Nope. Okay. So then how do I get this? I guess I say engine.active camera dot camera stack up 1. Is that how that works? Or is it up 0? Or is it just up? Is that the last thing in the list? I forget how to do that. All right, well, let's just see what happens. Whoa, get out of here. I think we want to do something like this. Bit awkward, but I have to check this first. Compile, damn you. Oh, okay. This must be count. This must be count -1. No? Was I wrong? Wait, it's not even trying. We're not even getting that far. What's going on here? Is hot reload having problems with us? Could you not just force selection of a camera? Yeah, but what I'm trying to do right now is specifically not specify a camera. Specifically, I don't want to specify a camera. I want to define some behavior for what happens in the null case. And that's because I'm trying to achieve something that's a bit of a workaround. I'm trying to make it so that when I do this, see how I've just got like this thing here has got a blue line going down? That's a fade out. But normally I have to specify a camera to fade out. But here, I don't, it's just like whatever camera is active in the scene doing its job as the main front camera, that camera should fade out. And then I'm going to switch to the camera for the cutscene. So this kind of like the only way to make that happen is to just like, I guess, define nothing on purpose. And then have it do its little transition. And so what I'm trying to do is support a null case here by assigning one there. Cool. Wow, it worked. Wait. Hey! Well, there you go. It was hot reload. Yeah, that failed though. Why did that fail? Man, hot reload really doesn't... I think we have to stop you. Okay. So here, it's the virtual camera stack, which is fine. If I go to the main Insignia camera, it says, hey... Wait, what? There's nothing on it? Oh, because there literally wasn't anything on it. It's empty. What did we just do? Did we release the camera from the stack? Oh, that would be really bad. Oh, I see what we did. We did everything right, except it triggered a behavior that we didn't support. So we actually, when we do this, I must somewhere here be releasing the camera at the end. I don't want to do that. I don't want to release the camera unless it was okay. Bool had bound camera. Uses default camera equals null. Actually, this needs to be that. Okay. And then here we say if yep. Okay, and then release here. Whoa. We also need a default camera, public virtual camera, default camera. So actually it should be here that we do that check. No, we could do it here. We say that's default camera, and that's what we're doing. Now camera equals default camera. Let's do it like this. Let's get rid of the Boolean. And we'll just say the default camera starts as null. Or another way to do it would be, no. And default, no, we do need the Boolean. We do need it. So this release at check transition start, if camera transition clip.previous is not null, then this song is Cosmo Canyon from Final Fantasy VII. It's a lot of suffering, isn't it? Combat, it depends on what kind of game. Action combat or turn-based combat. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. But more bare bones. Just like a very simple, you press a button, hitbox appears on the screen, enemy bounces back, they take damage, they die. Well, you need to capture the player input first, that they've pressed the attack button. Then you need to enable some object that relates to your hitbox. Then you probably want to have enemies have an on trigger that checks the hitbox, and then you want to have the on trigger enter fire some function. That's the easiest way to do it. I'm sure there are. Yeah, I bet. You know who's got a good one? I think Brackeys has a decent one for Unity on that level of simplicity. Yeah, try Brackeys. Otherwise, I'll make one if he doesn't have one. So I think it's this. I think it's right here. I think it's if camera is not default camera. Then release it. And then I think we're good. Let's try it. Make one anyways. The thing is, if I was to make one, I've decided something. I've decided that I'm boring. I've learned something about myself, that I am boring. And I feel like I would go down this like exhaustive thing. I just feel like I don't know how to like structure my thoughts in a way that's fun for people to listen to. And I feel like, wait, why are there two transition clip behaviors? Oh, because there are two of them. This dot. Well, let's have a look here. Hang on. Oh, thank you, Whale. It's just something that I've sort of picked up, maybe. Just like an internal sense. Hang on a second. Just that like I go down this rabbit hole, and when I'm going down the rabbit hole, I'm losing people. You know, like I feel like I would love to make something punchier. Like it still gives you all the detail that you're looking for, but like forms it in a way that, I don't know what the standard is so high. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Do I write scripts or freeform? Do you mean vibe code? I don't vibe code, I write the scripts. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I think my problem, I've always been really critical of this. Please don't, I'm supposed to be taking a break today. I'm not supposed to be streaming. I'm supposed to be recording a video today, actually. I'm going to finish this and I'm going to take a break and record a video. I'm going to like end the stream and record a video or something like that. Or maybe we'll just talk about videos for a bit. I was really supposed to be recording one today. I wasn't going to come live. I said it myself and I just fully forgot that I wasn't going to stream today. All right. Let me show you something. So I compare myself pretty directly to Brackeys on one specific thing, which is, for me, it's how to convey information when doing a tutorial. Not all the rest of it. I don't compare myself in that regard, but just for the videos where I would do an explanation on how to do something in Unity, Brackeys is the guy to compare against, okay? So if I'm going to compare myself to Brackeys, it's videos like this that I would use as the comparison. This is an hour and 17-minute video, long video, but I'm sure it's done well. It's little things like, hey, Ocean Mirror. That's Kebab Scale's game. I mean, it's well edited, first of all. Really clear, concise info. This is pretty easy to do. The chapters are really nice. I didn't know that. How do they do that? How do you do chapter? Oh, there's literally a thumbnail. So really good scannable chapters. This kind of thing here. Like, dude, do you know how hard it is for me to do something like this? But this is what I love. Like this visual explanation takes what would take me like a minute to talk about, or 30 seconds or something. And you're just watching my face explain it. Instead, I would love to just show you the thing. You know, it's really hard to make these kinds of graphics on your own if you don't have a really strong workflow. Like even that, what a neat transition. That was so cool. Look at that. So cool. Like there's a reason this video has 3.8 million views. Because I like got the visual to explain the concept he was trying to explain, you know, without, and I guess that's not really much in the video. I don't know. You need some sort of mix of entertainment and education. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And it's really hard for me to entertain you if I'm just doing a dry, here's the editor, here's my words, here's the explanation. Especially because so much of what like even that was fun. So much of what I do is, how do I put this? I know I have a lot to give. I know I have a lot to give. So much data in here that's really, really useful. But the data that's useful that I have that I want to share with you is all abstract data. I can tell you the steps on how to build a combat system 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's like there's so much value in the padding around the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that's more about explaining to you why you might not want to make it this way. You might want to instead make it this way because of this experience that I had. Like that wisdom is what I want to share with you. I want to share with you wisdom. And sometimes it's like, I don't have any way of conveying that wisdom, which when I'm on stream, I do it with like, you know, this kind of thing. I'm like, you know, it's like you have this thing and you have this thing and you want to do this and not that. And if you do this, you navigate your way through the mountain of game dev or whatever. That part is like, it's valuable, but I want to do it in a way that's not just me drawing on a canvas. You know, I want to be able to show you very quickly while I'm talking something that conveys the information in a way that's, yeah, at least just has a level of polish or sheen on it that lets you know that I've put thought into what I'm talking about. You know? The problem is like, well, Mudtato, so am I. I mean, technically I'm a game dev YouTuber as well. The problem is that it's you, my audience, well, you're my streaming audience, but my YouTube audience, big audience, 300K subs almost soon. They want tutorials. That's what they want. I want to give them tutorials that are good. I've always been in this position the last 3 years where it's like, I'm done giving entry-level basic tutorials. I'm sort of beyond that now, but I've got so much to share that's got more depth to it, but I don't have the production quality to package that wisdom in a format that is as watchable as those basic tutorials that I first gave. I don't know if that's just a bunch of cognitive bias bullshit. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's all made up and maybe it doesn't really matter. But I do think that this is blocking me from taking that YouTube channel from 300K to 1 million. I think to me, that's the issue. Especially if I want to keep my identity, like my content, where it's me talking about things that I want to talk about. Because otherwise, I think what Brackies would have done was more natural. Just follow the views. Make tutorials about stuff that people want, even if it's not what he's interested in. Whereas for me, I feel like the stuff that I'm interested in, it's not stuff I've ever watched a tutorial about, you know? It's almost, if you watch like Tessellator's videos are the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of the kind of descriptions he's giving, but they're in the right direction. Tessellator will go down extreme depth, fully visual, talking about very, very specific topics to do with engineering and maths. Tessellator's he's excellent as a technical artist and as a YouTuber. But I wouldn't be explaining this kind of information to you. I have no interest in telling you the extremely precise details of my production pipeline. Instead, what I want to do is talk about like how you would go about setting up, how you would go about thinking about the kinds of mechanics to put in your game, for example. Like, what are the kinds of mechanics that would best fit your game based on the genre blend that you're going for? Or if you have one core mechanic and you're looking for a supplementary mechanic, what does that look like? These more like philosophical game design discussion conversations where we're sort of talking about what works and what doesn't, not how to do X, you know? Like, I've got this video about Dark Souls that I really like this video. It's done decently well. It's probably not my best video in terms of the pacing. I think I need to be better at storytelling. But I think it's got a lot of, as an essay, it's got a lot of visual information in it. It conveys that information with examples. It's good. And then it does a bit of history. We sort of get into it. It's probably a little bit salacious, but in terms of like, not salacious, sensational. I think I sensationalize it a little bit, but I'm talking about, there's a point that I'm making, like one big thesis point that I think is, I guess it's more almost like what GMTK does, more of that kind of thing. And then the problem is here, like we're all talking about it, right? We're talking about the, hey, bit by bit, James, thanks for the raid. We're kind of, what's the word? Why did that do that? Maybe I don't need the alert box on general because it's already somewhere else. Okay, I'll take that back. If you don't do this, where I'm sort of taking one example and telling a story inside the example, then the thing that you end up doing is there's a girl who's been making the rounds. She does game dev content. I'll see if she shows up. Where she's like, don't do this. And she sort of yaps in front of the camera for a bit. It's more, it reminds me a lot of like Nakey Jakey content. Where it's a bit like this. Is it Juniper? She is in college, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, this kind of thing. This, I don't know how I feel about it in terms of the content density.
Other type of media in our lives right now. We're talking streaming platforms, social media.
But it's good as a content creator, this is a good format because it's sort of, you know, it's more personal opinions, you know. So, and I don't think this comes from a place of like authority. This is more almost like, it's almost like blogging or like an opinion column, like being a columnist in a newspaper.
Whenever I'd play it and not fumbling around getting blocks. And
but I think there's something here where it's like maybe I don't think I would feel comfortable telling stories this way. This sort of like, hey, you should, you know, do this and don't do that because I did this and this is how it helped me. There's something about that that's a little bit almost self-helpy, you know, something. It's not quite as deep as I'd want it to go. They're good videos. It's a good format. Yeah, that's the problem. Like I want to share something where I had an experience that was here's another one. Game dev fishing. Oh, where am I I'm gonna find this guy. Phil Fish. Was it game dev is search? Game dev. I said that myself. Game development is search. He's German. This.
For you, the
this is a good video as well.
That's already better, but the third captain is a gigabrain.
But it's also very edited.
All directions, making use of the teleport.
So this is him explaining game development. It's sort of philosophical. Jonas, yeah. But you can see he's using graphs the way I would to explain a concept.
Luckily for you, you're go wide for acquiring play. Wait, moving on to the.
But it's also very flyby.
Plus fantasy multiplied by reading.
I don't know.
On some kind of epic adventure in saving the world.
I'm trying to think. Not that there's I'm not picking at it. I'm saying. I'm saying for the kinds of content I want to make, I'm not sure if this would be the best fit. But it's good content too. I love this video. It's almost like do you know what this is? This is almost like a presentation, like a slideshow. Right? It's like he's written it and now he's giving it. And I've done this too. Yeah, well, this is I think we have, can I say something? I love Jonas's concept here, but there's something I love more about it, which is that his concept is that you have a boat, right? Little tugboat, And on the tugboat, you are fishing down and you're looking in the troughs of the environment, trying to find the fish in the depth of this. And my concept is literally the exact opposite. It's climbing mountains. So rather than considering depth as down, I'm thinking of depth as height. It's just interesting. It's the same concept. It's the local maxima thing, but it's so interesting how it's the same model, just inverted. Yeah. But it's a really good, it's really, really, really good. His little essay here is, it's put together very well, and it's
exactly where games can help. You can
articulate and well communicated. I think that's what I like about it. It's just that I wouldn't feel comfortable just doing this kind of graphic, I guess.
There was no gameplay to worry about. Types did not have any.
So for me, I think it's like this, Mudtato. My MO is I want to make my game, and in doing so, I want to share with the world the journey that I took to get there, so that people who come after me can learn from me. Whether that's good or bad, whether it's avoid what I'm doing or follow what I'm doing, whatever it is, I want to document what I'm doing so that people don't feel as intimidated by the process of game development. 8 years, lol. Because they've got a reference. It's like, I don't like, the thing that I'm trying to fix, I guess, is that in my life, it took me a long time to get started on games because I was afraid of the barrier for entry. It was too intimidating. And if someone like me had existed at the time whose content I could watch, that would have lowered that barrier for entry considerably. So it's like the barrier for entry that I'm talking about, or I guess the kinds of advice that the person who's starting, what I think that I would have wanted to hear was, hey, you know how to do a little bit of code? That's great. You know how to animate? Amazing. But do you understand how to design a game, or how to pick projects to design games? Like, do you know what you need to learn and how to get the right lessons from those projects that you take on when you do them? If something doesn't go right, how do you learn from that in a way that's productive for your next one? And not just that, but let's all assume that your goal, person watching this content who doesn't really make games yet, but they want to, let's assume you want to make a big game one day. Let's assume you want to direct a mid-tier, AA studio game on the next console 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now. If you want to do that, what do you have to do? What kinds of skills do you develop? Or how do you develop the kinds of skills that you need to get to that point? Like for me, pick a game on the 3DS from 2013 or whatever. How do those games get made? Like Fire Emblem Awakening or Final Fantasy Tactics. Those are games that are one step above solo indie. They're like teams of, or even small indie. They're like teams of 10 to 15 to 30 people working intensively for a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years. And then they release a game on a platform that's really, really polished that we want to go back and play that game on that platform 20 years later because it's so good and so dense and just tight. And do it in a way that's time efficient, money efficient, so that you can have a business. That's my thing. That's what I want to do. I actually don't know. I don't know what the team size of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is. Let's go look it up. But I do know that there you go. Tactics Advance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So like 30, just under 40. But if you look at it, how many of these are developers versus like, oh, these are all pretty much, these are all people who worked on the game. So 40, that's a lot of people. We could do it today in less than that. We could do this with 20, easily. We could do it with 10. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance should be able to do it with 10. Maybe 15. But this is the thing, like a good indie studio today should be like around 20 people in 2025 and onward. It's like 20 people working from home, pushing out like way forward sized titles, like way forward games or Yacht Club. I want to make the kinds of games that they make. I want to do that kind of thing. And I think that there are lots of people who want to be in studios like that. This is the other thing. Do you know how many people I talk to at like local meetups and they're like, how do I get a job in games? I don't know how to do that. I'm stuck. There's no indie studios. No one's hiring anybody. It's like, I want to help lift people up so that they can start studios that need juniors. That's the missing link in the industry right now, at least in Australia. Or it's like nobody's in a position to hire to hire juniors. Like Shantae, this kind of game, you should be able to pull together a studio of 10, 20 people to make a game like this. And there should be a profitable process that ends with a game like this. You know what I mean? Where you can build a studio and keep making games. Or like another one would be like Hades, the first Hades. There should be a bunch of studios making games like that. Maybe Elzac. But even so, I still think that there should be like studios making, like there should be a pathway from hobbyist to small indie and a pathway from small indie to mid-sized and onward. And I think for me, it's just like, I'm doing that now. I'm on this, pathway where I'm trying to figure out how to get to, building a little company. But I didn't have a guide. So like, I should make the guide, Insignia should have 10 people on it for sure, minimum. I've come to that decision. If the game's going to come out from when we get funded to the point where we have like, to the point where we release, if that is going to take less than 2 years, it needs to have probably 6 minimum, 12 maximum. I wouldn't put more than 12 on it, including producer and stuff like that. Well, that's the thing, Sanctum. Like, what do you do? Like, what do we do? You have to, it's like, and this is the thing, like leveraging the tools is not the challenge. Like Bracky's, if you watch every single one of Bracky's videos, right? Sit down, spend the next, 12 months watching every single one of these videos. You won't be able to make that game. Whatever it is, you won't be able to make it. Because it's not that kind of, it's like the content that gets you started, but all of the problems that I have with game dev currently have zero overlap with these videos, as far as I know. Like feature introductions is great. Everybody needs it. But like you need it for like the first 6 months. What about the next 3 years, How do you get experience that's yours? And how do you learn from that experience in a way that's valuable How do you know where to avoid, you know? Yeah, and I don't know, and that's what pisses me off, is that I don't know what that content is supposed to look like. I don't know how to reach my audience for that content. I don't know what the production quality needs to be like to get your attention on that conversation. I don't know what it is. I don't know who's making it. It's like a lot of people who do vlogs, kind of, but it's so hard to make valuable long form content in the TikTok age. Because I think it would have to be long form, and I think it would need to be edited, well edited. It would almost be like a documentary. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like a docu-series. And you know what? That's Indie Game the movie. That's what it's almost like something like this. You know, there are things that I've learned in game development that I took from this, that I literally, the first time I watched it in a cinema. I watched it in a movie theater, and I was like, oh God, that's so important. It was Edmund Macmillan talking about tutorials and level design, and it's such a passing comment, but the way that he breaks it down and they show it on screen, it's very it just captures the little philosophy, the little lesson, where he's like, they're talking about Super Meat Boy, and he's like, you know, in Super Meat Boy, there's a part where you have to do like this wall jumping, and then there's saw blades and stuff. But before I put the saw blades in, I just give you a wall you can jump up, and the saw blades come afterwards. And the reason why I do that is because if I make you do this first, then I know, and he says it like this, but in italics, I know for sure that you know how to do this. That was like, it planted a little seed in my brain that's like just sat there and gestated and grown over like the whole time I've been making games. It's like, oh, that's great. Of course, you should gate the player's progress with an invisible tutorial where they have to experiment and interact with a mechanic before you start making the mechanic part of a puzzle. Just gate them and force them to interact with it as its own puzzle. Just the intro to this thing. Oh, I can jump up walls. Okay. And you have to jump up the wall a bunch of times before you can get to the part where you're jumping up walls trying to get around saw blades. You know, that's like a little nugget it's trivial. It's not a big deal, but it's something that like there's like a mountain of things like that where you just go, huh, I need to learn all of this stuff about player psychology and just education, pedagogy. Like, how do I teach the player to do something? How do I create a good relationship with the player? Dramatically speaking, how do I engage them so that they feel like, how do you get a player to stop button mashing? There's a great thing there that I would love to talk about, and I just don't know how to. I don't know what I want that content that shares that, my personal take on that. I don't know what the format of that looks like. You know, because I know what it is to me. Like, I know what I think the answer to that question is, and I feel like if I was just sitting around having a beer with you, like if we were just in a pub chatting, I could have the conversation with you. I mean, is it a podcast? Is that what it is? Is it me just like sitting down with someone who makes games as well and just yapping for like 45 minutes about a topic? and then you put footage over it of games. I don't know. I mean, I would want it to be structured. I don't know. Would I consider one-to-one paid tutoring? I mean, I've thought about it. Because it's like, I mean, like and of course the problem here is I'm not an academic in that I'm not going to sit down and give you like hard science numbers about why something works. I'm just going to say, this is my opinion. This is why I think it works. Or this is why I think people are button mashing through your game. But I think there's probably a way to express that opinion in a way that people find valuable and are prepared to listen to. Even if it's not a paper, you know, because how do you prove one way or another? But I think, and then obviously I think about all this stuff that I have to do in order to make this content. And I think, am I really confident enough in my own knowledge here that I would share it and put all this effort into sharing it? And then I think, if Insignia is a success, then I can at least feel a little more, you know, validated. Maybe it still wouldn't prove anything, but like at least then I could say, you know, Core A Gaming. I think I've heard of. I mean, I've definitely heard of the channel.
So.
What it's like to be a female fighting gamer. That's interesting. Why we like teams. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've watched some of this content, apparently. This is interesting. I might watch some of this stuff.
It wouldn't be expensive to do, and the original version of the movie was observation in the United States game and become, while a game like Tetris and Minesweeper are almost entirely carried by their mechanics. But sometimes a focus on game mechanics can lead to some bizarre results. Why does Dalsum have wacky, stretchy limbs instead of a long-range weapon like normal people? Because you have to be able to hit him when he whiffs. Why does this dancing Chinese girl keep this 370-pound robot floating in the air like a hacky sack? Because hacky sack is fun. But it gets even more abstract when it's all game mechanics with little to no motif. Why are these guys throwing a ball around for imaginary points? Are they supposed to be two opposing armies and the ball some sort of key to open the treasure box for points, which represents gold? Also, why would an iron go to jail? Like, I can kind of get Minesweeper, but what is Tetris supposed to be?
Hey!
Interesting. And then I just get, you know, I love this stuff. I love this stuff, but the converting the impulse to make something into the time commitment is very hard for me. And I guess the anxiety comes from the fact that, like, I think I need my audience for Insignia to do well. I think that's the fear. You know, like, would I make a video this weekend if it didn't matter for Insignia's success at all? I'd probably wait. It's been a month and a half and we've got 4K, I think. Wish lists. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I know. I know. It's tough. All right, let's see if we can get this working. So I had it working for a second, and then something I was doing didn't quite work. So let's figure out, we've got to go down the barrel of camera operator exposure. I mean, 4K is good for like 6 weeks for sure. I just want him, I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. I don't really know I don't know anybody else who's doing what I'm doing without there being weird confounding factors like Yandere Dev or like Pirate Software or like, I can't like replicate them. And in fact, all of them, the consistent factor is that they all have these weird exceptional aspects of what they're doing that makes them, that gives the game publicity that I don't really have. Maybe a Kickstarter would have been the right way to go earlier, or maybe if I'd pushed the Patreon stuff. Do I wish I had a Steam page earlier? No, it's fine where it is now. It's more just like, what is the pathway to release? Oh, thank you, Sansom. Yeah. I mean, look, it's I guess just make content, I suppose. All right, so exposure equals transition state dot get exposure value. Man, there's too many layers of abstraction here. But anyway, previous. So what does this do when I am in the camera clip behavior and I am doing the transition? The out transition is the camera transition. It has a fade value, it has a move value, and it can, I'm sure it gets evaluated along those animation curves. So when does this happen? The camera operator takes a transition . Oh, I just figured it out. Oh, damn. Okay, none of this is going to work. It's not going to work. The problem here is this out transition here, its whole purpose, I think, is to release this camera. I can't have the out transition without the camera getting released. Because you release the camera with the out transition. That's like the whole point. And I'm saying don't do that because I don't want to release the camera. So I can't do it. I would have to clone the current camera. Because what does this do, right? This literally says, hey, I want out. And then the camera system says, you got it, chief. And I'm gonna let you go with this fade transition. Whereas I'm like, I want the fade transition. I just don't want to have to declare a camera. We could do a dummy camera that just takes on the current values of the current evaluated camera, adds itself instantly and then removes itself. That is what we could do to get this fade out. Otherwise, I don't know. The alternative would be, because what I was trying to do, just so that you can understand, and this is my fault for just my architecture of this timeline is not perfect. I'm getting there. It will be, but there's some dependencies that I've created that are a bit meh. So the way it works is you've got your default camera stack, right? Or list, or whatever you want to call it. This is a bunch of cameras, virtual cameras, that are currently being evaluated in the game. And the final position of the final camera is worked out based on a bunch of values that these things, figure out. And when we go into a cutscene, I have this camera shot track. And what it does is it says, hey, this camera, I want to treat it like whenever there's no camera shot track or camera transition track, in the gaps where there's nothing, let this thing do what it wants to do. Just use its default behavior. As soon as you see one of these, which has a camera inside of it, add that camera to the stack and use this transition in. And then when we get to here, right at the end, take it off the stack using this transition. So it gets added and removed, as in, and the way this works is the thing that's on top takes control. So it takes control and then releases control from the camera stack along this timeline. Conveniently, most of the time, that's a good point for me to do like fade in. Like most of the transitions are like move, fade, cut. All of these expect us to have a camera in and a camera out, or like a previous and a next. Like you have a from and a to, right? I'm going from this camera, moving to this camera. It's an interpolation between two cameras. That's what these transitions are. But in this cutscene, what I want to do is just fade out and stay out for like ages. And then I want to come in. The question of who is driving the camera during this period is a little awkward. I don't have a solution for that. So I guess what I could do is have some sort of like, the problem is that this camera transition clip, if it was instead called camera control clip, and I could do a bunch of different things inside of the span of this. I could bring the focus down, then bring the focus up, do this, do that, then it would be okay. But because the tracks are defined as transitions, transition in, transition out, this idea of like, hey, I just want to fade the screen out. I just want to go from like full opacity to like down to black for a bit. And then I want to bring this camera in. I can't do that. So instead, especially in this context where it's additive, and my workaround right now is I have this thing here called fade between. So what this thing does is it says, hey, this is a 2-second transition. The first second of that transition goes from full opaque to nothing and keeps all the values of the previous camera, then takes all the values of its camera and then fades in. So it's all happening in one thing. The only problem is that these are set up to use, they don't use the timeline time to resolve what's happening. And what I would want to do here is actually like drag some of this out. Like I'd want to like scale it a bit better. So now it's not as straightforward as using these presets. I'm in an exceptional position where I've got to like, you know, I can't author this very easily. That's the problem. I mean, I can just do this. It's going to do this. So like I wanted to hold on the black for a little bit, but this thing automatically goes down and up because of how I built it. I suppose I could have I don't know what to do. A workaround or a custom control track for the camera. I'm a first time listener to you and I've been here for the past hour. Just listening to you talking, I've been mesmerized. You have a wonderful cadence to your voice that works well with maybe a story time direction. Stay a while and listen. Thank you. Maybe it's just late and I'm just talking at my rear, but I feel like you've got more to work with than you give yourself credit for. Probably. I've been doing this a long time, so it feels, it's really hard to when I'm feeling a little unconfident about what to do next because there's a lot in front of me, I look around me for signposts. Like, what am I supposed to do in this situation? Give me someone to copy or to learn from so that I know that I'm doing the right thing. And at a certain point, especially when you've got skills that you've built over time, it puts you in a position where there are fewer people who can tell you what to do because you're doing your own thing and you've been doing that for a while. So you end up in this space where it's like you have a lot of experience, but you feel less entitled to express that experience because there's no one else around you saying that you're doing a good job. So when I make a YouTube video, it's like, I don't know how to force the video to do well or how to pivot, or it's like if I was starting a fresh channel, all I would do is look around me and just copy stuff and whatever worked would work in that moment. But because I've been doing it for a long time, it's like, did this used to work because of me being more carefree? Or like, you have to look back, you know, you end up looking back at your roadmap and you're like, how did I get here? And what am I? It becomes very introspective. And that introspection can be a little pathological sometimes because you're trying to figure out where you should be going based on where you've just been. And it's just a bit alienating because no one can really relate to that, you know, because it's just you, like you're the only one with your experiences. So no one's going to be like, oh, this is where it went this way and you should be doing this or don't do that or whatever. And then the people who do want to tell you what to do are all like, you know, self-helpy kind of like people who don't really know, but they make a living being confident. So you really have to look up at the people who are doing exactly what you want to be doing right now. And I guess talk to them. But it's harder to reach those people the more you, I don't even want to talk to those people. I'm a bit on the YouTube side, it's really hard. On the game dev side, I would, for sure. Like, I'm happy to talk to people more experienced than me in game dev because they don't have an ego most of the time. But in content, it's different. Especially because you've got to invest so much time in content. This is the thing. Like, having a successful YouTube video is like, or a YouTube channel is like, you've got to spend 6 months making a video a week in a specific direction to know that that direction is good. You know? That's the tough part. You don't get very good consistent feedback as a YouTuber. It's all random numbers just being like spewed at you. It's like the algorithm says this did well today. It's like, well, what do I do with that? Why don't you do what you did last time? That was a good video. It just feels like super tea leavey. You know, you're like reading into the cup, trying to figure out what it means. Very opaque. All right, so what it sounds like I need right now is this transition clip is totally fine. It's great, but the presets are not good. I need a way, and I felt this way for a little bit actually. these in transition and out transitions, they are a collection of animation curves. And as animation curves, they're good. They're great. No problem. But I think I need a custom thing that I can use to override them, because I don't want to make a new preset every time I need an exception. What I need is an override. So the challenge there is that these are, what are they? Scriptable objects? I think they are, which is terrible because they should be serializable but not scriptable objects. Serializable would mean I could generate one here. Scriptable objects means they are data files that live in here. The other thing I could do is do inheritance. So an some kind of like interface that places in here. Not here, sorry, in here. So it could be like this in transition is of type timeline transition or something, whatever I call it. And these scriptable objects are one of those things. They satisfy that description. Maybe they inherit from it. Then I would have this do whatever I want. And then I would need a Boolean here. The last one is maybe per transition or per clip. Oh, I just thought of a solution to my problem, by the way. Damn it. I just solved it. But anyway, let's continue. I would need an override to make it run on the timeline or independent of the timeline. Full stop. Next sentence. I solve my problem. Do you know what I do? I make the same clip twice with the same camera. And the first one has only the fade. It's a cut, or it's a none on the in, and it's a fade out on the end. I think this might work. It might not work. And then it's the same camera with a fade in some time later. I think. Please fade out. Damn it. Okay, it didn't work. But it faded in. But also, I need to get rid of this stuff that I wrote with the camera transition clip. All these overrides are bad and they need to go away. Transition clip behavior. This just needs to go. See ya. Who cares about Git? Who needs Git when you can Control Z until the file stops? Did I make the art myself? Yeah, of course I did. All right, let's see if this works. Yeah, but that would have been so good if it worked just then. What if I do an in transition that's a fade? Not a fade between though, a fade in. Yeah, that's fine. But can I do like a... Maybe I can do like a null. Oh, hang on. Like an empty. Hang on. It's an empty transition that takes 1 second. And it's just nothing on all of them. What does empty do? What does that do? Damn it. I think because no matter what, this is going to be at, I guess if I make this 0, 0 both times, let's edit this key, make it 0, 0, and then edit this key. Yeah, the problem is, it's not going to work. Value 0 as well. So the move should always be at 0. Let's check. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way. Yeah. All right. That was a fail. Well, the only other solution, which is not a good solution, is to add a camera whose job it is just to mirror. Just to mirror what the main camera is doing. That's the easiest workaround. I hate coding workarounds. Because the alternative here is that I actually have to make a camera that's specific. Its only job is like this. Its only job is to be like the root camera. And it's a cutscene camera. And its position is to be placed on the zone camera so that they are in the exact same spot all the time. That would be the best thing to do. Or even, I mean, it would be even better if the zone camera just didn't exist. And we just use the root camera as the main camera. But if we put the root camera on the zone camera, then here, the goal would be basically just copy this guy, make this the root, and then we don't have to do anything. We could just cut to that or move to that and then fade out. And then shrink it and put it here. The thing is, it's going to do a little wobble at the start. That's the only issue, is it's going to go, oh no, okay, that wasn't too bad. I think the shift in lens, the shift in size helped. 1.35, because it's not going to be the exact same position, right? Wait a sec. Put you down there. Yeah, that little adjustment, I hate it. And that adjustment comes from the fact that there's no the root camera. If I get the zone camera out of here, well, or the alternative would be that the zone camera needs a way to be absolute. That's the only other alternative, so that it doesn't shift any of the parallax focus ratio. How do I set... What does my focus do? Focus, return my focus. And then what does this do? If I go to a cutscene camera, my focus is what? A cutscene camera's focus is absolute. So how do I make it do that? Vector 2.1. Oh, focus ratio out of focus ratio +1. That's doing like a... Is that doing like a weighted average sum? This is a different thing. This is not important. Let me have a look. As I'm running around here, it's that little shift which is doing what it's doing is it's trying to give a little bit of credence to the look ahead camera, because the ratio of the zoom camera to the default camera, which the zone camera, sorry, no, I keep saying zoom. The zone camera is giving the rest of the cameras some influence. That's what's happening right now. And I want it to not do that. I want it to instead say, I'm the only thing that matters while I'm alive right now. So let's just have a quick look and see what that does. No. Nothing. You're a little off the okay, the conversation I'm trying to have is a bit specific, this task. It's not about the character. It's not about when to start the cutscene. It's only about it's hard to explain, but see this as I run to the right and left, how the camera shifts just a little bit? It's got nothing to do with the sprites. It's actually because we're moving forward for long enough that we trigger the camera to try to look ahead of us. And that has a percentage of the influence over what the camera is actually looking at. That look ahead behavior has a ratio that it's using to determine how much ahead it can look. And I want that ratio to be 0. And it's not 0 because the camera that is sitting above it in the stack is giving it a little bit of influence. Like here, see this 9.1? That means that the zone camera, this one here, this purple rectangle, is 91% of what we're looking at. The other 9% is handled by the fact that the action camera is trying to look ahead as we're running around. So I want this 91 to be 1. To 100, basically. I want that 0.91 to be 1. So the problem is that my focus is doing a bunch of different things. If it's a trigger box, if triggered is true, yes. If the feather, the magnitude is greater than 0, apply feathering. Otherwise, if it affects X, it's 1. Okay, times equals focus ratio over focus ratio plus 1. So the problem is this is an asymptote. You can never actually get to full control. You'll always be giving up a little bit of control here because you're always going to be, even if I set it to 1,000,000, it's going to be 1,000,000 out of 1,000,001. That's the problem. And here I've got the max as 10. So the alternate way of dealing with this would be to do a breakpoint at 10. So it's literally if my focus equals 10, what is it? Focus ratio, sorry. Or even a Boolean that says, no, it should be that. So if focus ratio is 10, and we are hard coding it here, then my focus equals else. Is an else here. In which case it's this. Vector2.1 times no, that's just it. That's literally it. If it's not 10, do that. Okay, let's have a look. So since it's 10, fixed. Okay, now we're good. Now this thing will work. Oh. Okay, so this then needs to also be, this needs to be the root camera. Nope. What was this on the other one? Move. Oh, okay, which is fine because it doesn't do anything. So we're still working around things, which is not great. I mean, it could even be a cut, same difference. Because they should be exactly identical. The cut will make it more obvious. So we're cutting from the zone camera to a camera that's positioned as the same as the zone camera. And then we fade out of that, and then we fade it back in on the camera that's looking at the Athenium. What do you think about having this go from top right, that second camera, this one here? What do you think about doing this? I like it. I like it more. Because it's the opposite of this, which is top left to bottom right. Wait, what? Why didn't it do it? Wait, excuse me? Why did you only do it once? What the heck? It did so well. Why is this not evaluating the position? Does this need to be like slightly after? Which would be terrible if that was the case. What? Okay. So this, we've just fixed this, right? That's what this is the fading between cameras. This is the motion of the camera that we faded to. I don't know why that didn't work the second time. All it's trying to do is just lerp between these 2 points, camera mark 1 and camera mark 2. The camera marks don't move, let's be clear. That's camera mark 1. We move from 1 to 2, all good. Camera mark 1 still there. This is still technically trying to do the move. So it's not the evaluation of the curve, and it's not the 2 positions. It's how they affect the camera that they are trying to be bound to. That's a problem. As in, they're not doing it. Okay. The camera is not listening to the motion. So what's supposed to happen here is, oh, I see. I got it. I think it's that this started Boolean. This gets flagged once for the whole runtime of the game. So like, it's not going to even try. It just never gets reset. So we can fix that actually. That's really straightforward. That's camera transition clip behavior has this on graph start. We could do another on graph start and we could say started is false. Like, just like that. Good catch. That would have hurt us a lot in the future. Okay. Good. Please. Damn it. Let's see how often this happens. Camera shot behavior start. This your... Okay. Happens. Beautiful camera transition. Lovely. What a game. Press it again. Start. Good. Nothing happens. Okay. That's bad. Start equals clip.start.resolve. Get resolver. Get revolver. Do you know what? This stuff really feels like it should be up here. All of this stuff really feels like it should be up here. Okay. Now we have time. If camera is not null, is playing shot. Ooh. The shot needs to get cleared. The shot needs to get cleared. Because the camera... Okay. Is playing shot. Shot equals shot data. Yeah, the shot doesn't get reset. Oh. I think we do. I think we can. I really think we can put this here. I think I got this. I think I got this. Camera equals player data, cutscene camera. Started is true. I think this can go. Oh, no. Let's do the proper null check. This. Then we say, if application is playing, if we're not started, force that. Then started is true. And then who cares about the rest of it? Good. Good, 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 good. Again. Please, please, please. Oh, the crowd goes wild. Good. Yay, cutscenes. Look at these birds. Amazing. Oh, that feels so good. To catch a bug like that. I'm Chris Anson. To catch a bug. Why don't you have a seat, bug? Okay. Let's update telescope cutscenes and fixes major timeline errors. Okay. I can live with this. I really hate this workaround. Hate it. But I can live with it. I think the alternative, it's just not how it works, man. It's just not how it works. I wonder if there's a way I can just control the exposure of a, yeah, but it's the same thing. Man. It might just be like this one thing I'm trying to do that's just really not what my thing's suited for, and that's fine. Dude, skippable cutscenes, I'm petrified of having to do that. If like Elzak ever joins the team, he can do it. He can do skippable cutscenes. It scares the crap out of me. Someone else can do it. An engineer who's an engineer can do it, not me. It would take me like a month to figure it out. I got your back. Because do you know what? The amount of stuff that happens in cutscenes that like this thing here. Okay. Not this. What the heck is this? This isn't my scene graph. What is that? What branch am I in right now? I'm in the right branch. What the fuck? What happened? This is the wrong... what? This is not the right graph. Do the scenes still work? How did that happen? This is the graph that Luca just was somehow Luca's graph when I... Oh, that's so dangerous. Dude, Elzak, this asset is so dangerous. With Git, I was inspecting a different branch and I think it's serialized somehow, even though I discarded the changes. How? Oh man. Yeah, is this... That can't be. Hang on a second. The graph is the old graph. Maybe I didn't properly... But I didn't commit anything. How did I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's fixed now. The point I was trying to make is, this bridge, for example, but I closed it like 3 times and reopened it. Maybe it's saved. Anyway, there's a cutscene, right? Armin pulls this lever. The bridge closes. Now, this cutscene is probably one we could skip, because after the cutscene, well, this is the problem. After the cutscene, if I skipped it, if you skipped it before the point where it starts closing the bridge, then the bridge is still going to be open. Because how do I make sure that it does the job that it's supposed to do? Like, there's the message, right? That's where it's supposed to do it. The bridge starts closing here, but this doesn't resolve the bridge's state, right? This doesn't go, when I hit this point here and then get to that point there, the bridge won't be closed. So skipping the cutscene wouldn't mean playing through the whole thing really quickly. That's not what skipping the cutscene means. Skipping the cutscene doesn't even mean setting the quest flag that's at the end of the sequence, because that's what happens here. Yes, that should be what happens. It should flick this flag to true, and if we reloaded the scene, then the bridge would load closed. It would load extended like this. But if you just pressed skip at some point, how do I know what state to put the bridge in? Especially when more and more of my code in the timelines are events. They're not resolvable things. You can't just skip to the end frame and say, done. Well, you would have to basically, there is a feature, like I have my system called operables, and the bridge is an operable. What it means is that it has a state machine, basically, that can be accessed from outside of it. Like everything can deal with this by telling it to go into a certain state or a different state. These are the states. I can set a state with the parameter instant, so that it just goes to that state. So if you skipped the cutscene, I guess you would do a quick world resolve of you'd basically reload the level. That's what you'd have to do. Some version of equivalent to reloading the level where all of the operables in the scene went, okay, I'm now going to resolve to the state that I need to be in based on what the quest, as if we were to load the game from scratch. The problem there is, like, what about all the enemies? What about their health? What about NPCs who walked in and out? Like, it becomes a little bit more like this guy does certain things on scene load. Like, there's a script that makes him appear or disappear on scene load. But his appearance in the scene is based on, like, some of the scenes are based on just like this active thing. So, like, I don't know if firing off all the things would let us do that. So what I'm saying is, there's probably like half a dozen little criteria that impact the game state, and skipping the cutscene would require us to tick off all of those 6 things. Could be 20 things, who knows? It's like it has to know the exhaustive list of what contributes to the game state, and it has to manually fix all of those things every cutscene. If I was doing a game where like all the cutscenes took place in like separate scenes, it'd be easy. But you'd have to go through the whole game. Like some cutscenes might behave in a way that is less receptive than others. You have to literally step through the whole game and go, can I skip this one? Can I skip this one? Can I skip this one? And you might get like 80% of the way there. And then there'd be some cutscenes that like were unskippable because we say so. Just because it's too complicated to skip them. That would have to be it. It's just too hard to skip it. So we won't let you. Maybe that's how games are. Maybe that's how it gets done. And at the end of the day, like players just don't know and it doesn't matter. And as long as you can give the player like 70% of the cutscenes be skippable, like good. How do you get scene graph? You code it from scratch. We need to talk about that.
I'm done.
You're done. 1 sec, pals. Okay. Anyway, we did that task. Telescope's done. Okay, it's 2:30 now, right, guys? Right, pals? It's only what? Not even 2. It's 1:30. We're only half an hour into the stream, right, pals? Right, chat. It's just a quick cutscene fix. Okay. Yesterday we did so well. All right. I don't know if I can do much of this on stream. I feel like when you saw this yesterday, everyone was like, "What? Is this spoiler territory?" And now I feel bad about it. I feel guilty that I spoiled the game. Some of you haven't seen this stuff before. Let's watch it anyway. I need to validate that it's right. I think that Armin's pose there is too dramatic, and I think at the time I didn't have a more subtle one. I like this. I really like this face of his. It's like a accusatory. Like Yeah. So let's go back here. And he needs a like fighting words. And maybe this should be more of like a orange says under attack. And he goes, what? With that kind of shock. Let's try again. There we go. That's the face. And actually, I think this one here could be a little, he could be a little more angry here. Let's try again, one more time. I like that I've got stages now. I can really like get exactly what I want. Nice. Cool. I'd love to fix this, but don't know if I have the time. Go. Okay, I think it's time. I think we work on the boss fight. I'm too excited to play the boss fight when that happens. I want to see. I'm like, let's go. What? Okay. Why does the health bar only appears when you load into the scene from scratch? But it doesn't load into the scene if you do it any other time. Oh, it's attached to the game engine. No, it can't be. We can't do that. My mistake. It needs to do that at runtime. And it kind of needs to find its own way there too. Oh, this sucks. There's no real good way to do this. Unless I have like a boss health anchor and then I just place its position on that thing every time. Or it's a bit awkward. It's a bit awkward because it needs to be something that's like, I have like a screen position sort of system right now, but it's not a very good solution. I feel bad about it. All right, how do I fix this? Well, ideally it would be have a canvas and do all that stuff, but here it's not going to do that. So I could just get rid of this. Unfortunate, like it's possible because I have a boss health system now. So I could literally set off the top, I could just set up Harriet as a mini boss and then just use that system. And it would just show up exactly where it needs to show up and it would be perfect. So it would be this. And it does, it's not a bad idea. I've got this idea of this like boss fight container system, which is like a little state machine for starting a fight, having the fight be playing, and then ending the fight. So like having there be like a, fight begin or something at the beginning, and then like a KO at the end or something like that. The like Scott Pilgrim Street Fighter thing, maybe. KO. That would be good because currently we don't really have a bookend. It just sort of bookend. It just the scene changes when you win. But this is the crescendo of the whole chapter. This is like, it should not just be that you win the fight and the next scene plays. It should be like you win the fight. Maybe the screen goes black. Armin stands in the middle of the black screen with his hand in the air. Like coins show up, something. Like you get some sort of like... Yeah, exactly. Foe vanquished. At the very least. And the problem is we don't have anything like that right now. Before I go down that path, yeah, I would need a state trigger for this. I don't want to do that yet. I think I want to fix her health bar at some point. So we need... Okay, let's just... I think that's good enough for now. I think it's done. I'm moving on. The next thing was... Well, we've done it and now we can move on. The next thing is... Well, it is this, but we need something more specific than that. So this touches on a very, there's this, hang on, and then we've got like boss, fight, book ends, boss fight start, boss fight end. Did I not already do this somewhere? Polish? Yeah, it's here. So we're up to that, I guess. That's really good. That's great. All right, maybe we do a little bit of UX right now. So there's a problem, not a problem, but there's a challenge here. The first challenge is quest complete. This completed quest banner is the first problem. Okay, this thing is super hard coded, super there's a lot of energy and heart and hand animation in there. This is on the same level as the boss complete moment in terms of like a quest completing is like a boss completing. We could start you on a quest that says defeat Harriet. And then when you beat Harriet, the quest gets completed. I mean, is that cheap? It's a bit weird. I feel like it should be its own thing. The problem is that this whole thing, it lacks immediacy, the quest system for boss fights. There's like a lot of animation, and the boss fight thing needs to be like a lot more like, wow. So like here, defeat Harriet. Do you know what? As a workaround, it's not bad. It's actually not bad as a workaround. That's so weird. But this is the kind of decision you have to make. I just think maybe I need to do some more like... I feel like I need to strip back some of these things so that the presentation is more procedural, like for localization purposes and stuff like that. I don't know. It bothers me a little bit that I'm eroding away some of those idiosyncrasies, but it is a little, I don't know. I'm not against it. It just feels a little bit like I would want a little more of a sleek or cleaner system, a little bit more video gamey. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, so you gotta, the first thing is fight Harriet. That quest, the first flag, the fight begin, has to have a no save on it. So that if you die, and this is something I need to fix actually across the board. If you do a quest where if you take a flag during a boss fight or something and then you die, currently the game is set up so that you get the flag again. But this is like a flag where if you die, it resets So right now, no save. Its job is to not save the game when you get this flag. But there's something deeper than this where it's like you shouldn't even have the flag until... It's a bit awkward. Because the trigger happens when you get the flag. I guess I could take the flag away from you if you die. Like on scene load, any flag marked as temporary or marked as like impermanent or something just goes. It might be interesting. It might be worth having flags that last as long as Armin is alive. That actually does seem pretty useful. Then I could do like a permadeath check thing, or like maybe there's like an item that just lasts as long as you, like it's a potion that you drink or something, and you've got the effect on as long as you don't die, and then it just disappears. Maybe. Does feel a bit weird adding a new system. The other way to do this would be to just not have one. Like give you the quest without there being a quest flag. The problem is I don't let you start quests unless you get a flag. That's the condition for starting a quest is getting a flag. The first flag in the quest. So to fix that, it would be game data quest begin add oh, it's quest manager. So this says, for every quest, if you contain this key, update the quest. I could do start quest with a quest and then just not have it actually be started. I'm sure I could force this. Let's do it. I think I could override it and just make it play the announcement even if you don't have the quest. And then just complete the quest that you didn't have when you beat her. I mean, why not? Let's do a quick little... This is engine.startQuest. Engine.startQuest. Quest. That's it. Actually pretty straightforward. That was really quick. Why did that do that so quickly? It's actually perfect that it was quick. But why? Why did it do that? The hell is an event instance? Oh, it's an Fmod thing. Okay, that's fine. Animated play, quest start in 15 seconds, 15 frames per second. Quest UI text is the text. Self-control, add effect of this. State equals intro. Time at new quest. Unscaled time. That's interesting. Is that what I did? New quest intro? I did start quest, which does new quest intro. Could it be that the time when this happens is before the scene's properly loaded? So it's like the time's already been going for a little while before it starts. That's way too quick. It is strange that it's unscaled time. But the animator should be playing for a bit longer if that's the case. I mean, we could just say no. We just force things to be there for at least longer than 2 seconds. But that's strange, because what happens if I pause the game? Why am I using unscaled time? It's so quick. What if I said 10? Hey, null user. Okay, that works. So it does do something. I think this should be what I call time.gametime. Gametime.time. I have a thing that I call game time, and it's basically unscaled time as long as the time scale is not 0. It's so quick. The thing is, this might not even... Does gametime.time reset when you load a scene? Or is it just for the whole game? It's the whole game, isn't it? Time since level loaded. Is there unscaled time since level loaded? But you have to pass a level, right? Wait, what? It's a class? Wait, what? No, it's not. Okay. What the hell? Time since level load. Yeah, but what is that? Oh, it's time. Okay. I don't think that's going to be very useful to me. Hey, Helianthus. Lua. Gotcha. Struggling to learn code. Advice. Keep it really... Take the time to break down your project into tiny little systems and try to build those systems with your code. The smallest thing you could possibly make. I just need to do a sprite animator. It's just going to cycle through a series of sprites over time. I'm just going to make a character that cycles through the sprites when I press the left arrow and the right arrow keys. Keep your tasks, your goals, really, really small to start, and then build them up over time. All right. So I mean, we could just go debug.log time at new quest and just see what it's doing. I'm not sure I understand why this thing is going so quickly no matter what. I guess it's 0, but then so what if it's 0? Does that code really run so fast on frame 1 that the scene hasn't even loaded in yet and it's already... And is it just because of me in the editor that's creating this issue? Why is this so fast? What's the first thing that it logs? Whoa, we lost a whole 8.8 seconds? Almost a whole second goes by that we just lose because the update loop just doesn't happen until... What the heck? Between start and update? Between Harriet's start and our update loop for the quest, an entire 0.8 seconds goes by. 0.86 seconds. Probably because of the editor. But damn, that's not game time. That's not stuff that matters for the game. So do we do it on the first update frame? Like... And the other thing is... Did I say 8 seconds? I meant 0.8 seconds. So really the answer was just do it later. Yeah. Much better. And I would like now for this to not be here. I'm going to get rid of it, all of it anyway. It's just good to know that that's what was happening. And I'm going to put it in the boss manager. I wonder if I could do an announcement like this quest thing that didn't even require a quest. I wonder if I could just force... Just tell it the things that I want. The problem is here I've got this queue quest happening. So what it's doing is it's saying, hey, like, there's a bunch of stuff, there's info that I need in order to do my... in order to know what to say in the title. I'm going to queue up all these quests. And when I dequeue them, then I'm going to do the announcement. But in reality, I just need the name. You know? I just need the name. The only problem is if I hard code it, if I force it, then what's going to happen is if I ever have a boss fight that starts the second you complete a quest, I'm going to have one quest thing trying to play, and then I'm going to do this override thing straight over the top because it's not in the queue. Both scenarios are awkward and bad anyway, to have things popping up on top of each other. And it's also bad if it was like, quest complete, and then the boss fight starts midway through the boss fight. You're getting boss fight start. That's awkward too. So do I just make sure that we never have that happen? Man, this is just, it's so bad, this thing. This like fake state machine system thing that I've got going on. There's like 4 different things that do the same thing. I think it's this. I think this is the same as this. Is that right? This is clearly the same. That's not the same. That's 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 the same. So announce should have most of this stuff in it. Minus knowing which of these. And that. Oh, that's fine. I wouldn't want that either. A little bit. A little bit. So the only problem here is that if I just announce, I still need to do the intro, which is the same as this, but not this, not the music. Okay, well, maybe I could try that. Quest UI. I should swap these so that announce is this one. No. Send announcement. All right. Hell yeah, brother. I think I want, when you press attack on a wall, I think I want Armin to jump off the wall and attack. It just is so, it sucks when you touch a wall and then you can't do anything. I know, it's a shame it looks so ugly. It's a shame it's so old. I'll fix the portrait. I'll make her face in it properly. But it still needs a bit of work. It doesn't really fit the aesthetic of the actual health bar that he's got. I'm going to have to give it a little bit of the filigree stuff around here. All right. Well, let's take this away again. We know that works now, which is cool. Let's go to the boss fight container. And let's set it up in that sense. So there's the boss. Cool. Hey, Pelly. Oh, it didn't work. I should have put hot reload back on. It's so efficient for stuff like that. I'm going to leave now, but I'm still going to turn it on. Even if it saves me 5 minutes or a minute in the next 5. Oh. Wait, what? Quest title.text. Is this a race condition already? Already in race conditions? All right. if you haven't started, and play on enable. And if you have the flag, it's not null, and you've got it. If you don't, if there's no flag to set, this shouldn't be in the way. I'm so confused. It's not banned if the flag is not null and you have it. No, that is if it's banned. Okay, in that case, there. I hate it. I hate it. That kind of logic. Okay. Nice. Okay. What? What the hell? She didn't fight me. I would love to make Armin always go into his guard state at the start of a fight. Let's just see. We'll see if it works. It's a bit lazy to do it this way. Okay. Oh, but he's doing it. It looks, it's... I mean, he must just be being overwritten straight after that with his other... Oh, wait, no, it's not doing it. What? Wait, what? Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. It's starting to get late. Starting to get tired. Nice. Cool. That's actually really sick. So she decided not to attack us. Update. Whoa. No. Can I just like undo everything that I was doing prior to this point? I wonder why she doesn't. I wonder what it is. Can she not see us? Oh no, she's not Harriet boss right now. I changed her name. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. No, it was Harriet Space Boss. Oh my god, if this is a thing. Somehow, if her actual logic... No? Okay. Well, that's good to know. That would have been terrible. It is an old scene, but still. She has a target awareness. Her target's in LOS. It's Armin. There he is. He's right there. What state is she in? Oh, I can check with the state system. State tree editor. She is in idle state. Well, I could have told you that. She hasn't even... She's not even... Yeah, okay. So once she gets going, she's fine. But there's something about that start where she just doesn't enter a state at all. Even though here I'm setting phase 1. I do have this thing where Armin is not visible to enemies. He's invisible if he doesn't have control. And when a cutscene is starting, Armin doesn't have control. It's like that so that enemies can't attack him when he's starting a cutscene. So it might be that when she starts phase 1, she looks for Armin, doesn't find him, and then just goes, well, I guess he's gone. No, I don't need one of those. I just need for her to not break. I don't think it's got anything to do with the cutscene stuff. I just need to figure out whether or not she's doing her state. What? No, she's not. Okay. Okay. Really? Huh. So she's not even... I guess the state is considered complete. Yeah. Phase 1 is considered complete. Okay. Why is that? Wait, really? There is no complete. How could it be considered complete? What the hell? What the hell? There is no complete. Hey, I'm doing okay. There's nowhere for it to be complete. The hell? It's not doing it, but it was never set to complete in the first place. Let's compile it just in case. Nope. Okay. What is going on? So there's an emptiness here. How many hours? Like 20,000? I guess we just go to phase 1. What? Wait. No. I think we should just set phase anyway. Not even if we're doing teleport. I just think we should set the phase. If we're not stunned, just figure out what to do. Why does she not have a thing that she can just do that? What the hell? Wait, what's the question here? Hey, Tabby Cat, thank you so much. Should you be ashamed? Okay, so it is trying to set the phase. In which case, force it. You should not be ashamed, but you should be vigilant about the fact that you may not be learning as effectively as you could otherwise be. Okay, there we go. I might not make it. Oh! Oh no, there's one more. Okay, okay, okay. Yes, I got this. Take it. Okay, now I'm done. But we needed a... Did we get the ending? I can try... I'm going to try just quickly going and doing the Hunden fight. You should make this into a full game. I'm trying. I'm trying. Okay. Nice. Yeah, he definitely jumped the gun on that. If we check the timeline, the trigger happens here. So if we pull it back, it should be okay. What is it about this thing? Did I just make the same mistake twice? Where it just... What happens if I check his state? Wait, the cutscene has a state? Oh, that's Hugo. Hunden is here. That looks so cool. The way that he just like stops dead right in front of you and then the title card comes up. I know it's not right, but it looks so good. He just needs to start. Oh, is it the is NPC? When do we turn this off? When do we turn is NPC off? Set up boss behavior. There it is. There it is. That's what was happening. That was what was happening with Harriet. She was getting her state set to complete by this thing. Well, that explains a bunch of stuff. Maybe I shouldn't do that. No, because he won't attack us until after we've started. Okay. Well. We're doing idle. And then... if is NPC else, if this, else, if this, is this, is this, is this. I think this is the problem. I don't understand how we're not ending up here. This might be time for the debugger. Finally. I actually don't know what's happening. Can I put a breakpoint there? Does that hurt me if I do that? Hey Tom, I don't have a tutorial on how to make a scene graph. It's not breaking. Okay. How do I check the value of this? I gotta go further on, I guess. Oh no. That's false. Okay. Wait, this state's not complete. So, oh, he's doing his idle for some reason. I guess this happened at some point. Somehow. And now he's just idling. So it's just like, hey, just do idle forever. Right. All right. So this would be if state is not, let's say we are idling, and that's fine. I mean, that should be happening normally. If we are idling and the state is not complete, else we could say if target is in LOS, else if as long as we're not an NPC, if target's in LOS, engage, and you don't have to be set to true, we just do it normally. Just do what you're doing. One of those two things. All right, buddy. I might have to recompile, right? Hot reload won't. No, NPCs are enemies. I mean, sorry, enemies can be NPCs. NPCs can be enemies. They're both just characters. Okay, so what's going on here? We're not false. So then, shouldn't the next step get us to here? Okay. False. We are not an NPC. Okay. Next step. Is the target in LOS? True. Target's in LOS. Okay. Do we do this? I mean, there's no way there's anything wrong with any of this stuff. State is not complete. So just... Wait, what? We didn't get to here. I guess I got to recompile anyway. I don't understand. Oh, thank you so much. I'm not following. What am I missing here? Okay. And what's the state? Grab. Okay, he's trying really hard to like just be a normal guy. But if I let him go, wait, I don't know what I did wrong. It's running, everything's fine. If I pause it, it's paused here. He's really trying to do stuff. Is he constantly being toggled out of his state? It's so weird. I have no idea what I'm looking at. He's trying to do hunt and engage, grab. He's like got locked in syndrome. This state is not accurate. That's so weird. If I force him to idle, suddenly he comes back to life. What the hell? That's so weird. I have absolutely no idea what's happening. All I know is that doing the thing that I just did on the boss fight container, all I know is that this is poison for all of my characters in my game. Have you thought about changing of if else code style from it to what? What would I change it to? But I can't use switch statements for state management for this kind of stuff. You're looking at like character logic. So like they have really specific conditions for when to do what they're doing. Oh man, still no good. I don't know what happens. There's something weird here where it says enter play mode to debug. And there's just nothing. Oh. He's in his NPC state? Wait a second. Wait a second. No, I'm still lost. I still got no idea. I don't know. I know if I hit him once, he'll come back to life. But I don't know what his like top line. Like it's crazy because what's happening is he's literally reading. He's going down the list. He's saying, yep, I am an enemy. I'm fighting the player character. I'm trying to do an attack. Right, but what has that got to do with anything? Like he's going to lose LOS on the target, but I would expect him to like walk away or something. Because all this is doing, when I go into Quest UI, announce, I mean, it just takes the control away from Armin for a little bit. That's the only thing that matters to do with the enemies at this point, as far as I know. If I take this away, he'll probably have no reservations about. Nope. Okay. Well, then it's not that. I'm so confused. Is it something to do with the cutscene title screen fight Hunden pops up? It is, but I don't know why. Is NPC idle patrol is in enter? No. Shouldn't it be an update? No. This is like the first thing that we do when we load up the game. What do we do? Okay, are you an NPC? If you're an NPC, just go into your idle position. Otherwise, just patrol as an enemy. That's the difference between these two things. You know what it could be? It could be that this idle state No, this is all like very, very new, this code. And it's not actually to do with the Hunden as far as I know. There's also a slight possibility that I've double referenced this idle. Like the idle object appears in as two different references. And so I'm doing a reference check that's locking him out of his own thing somehow. The thing is, like, state.do is the first thing that we do. Maybe we make it the last thing that we do. Usually I do that. Usually it is the last thing that we do. Oh, there it is. Okay. But something's going wrong here. He's like invincible. Yeah. If state.complete. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, we go again. Okay. Then state must be considered complete. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You're fine.
Oh, I'm fine?
Can I just say something?
Yeah?
I'm just gonna go on like a short walk for 20 minutes.
Yeah?
There's something in the oven.
Yep.
You can stay there. That's not fault my
Oh.
kitchen.
Amazing.
But just maybe like check on it at 20 minutes.
Yep, at 7.
Yeah. It's just a sweet.
You're great, and I love you. Thank you.
It's gonna be forever. It's
All right, I'll check it in 20. She's so good. She got a new job, but she's got way more free time. She's been doing a little bit of cooking, helping me out a lot. Lets me do this. Okay, so Hunden is completed and he's in his idle state. Well, that's where we left him. That's what we told him to do. So state's complete and the state's not death state. If he's an NPC, set idle. Otherwise, do whatever this is. So is he almost grounded? I mean, he will be, I assume. I shouldn't assume, but let's just say he is. I mean, we should be getting to here, no problem. If state is stun and we weren't dodging, then just, if the target's in LOS, go for it, bro. So like, why not? Well, now I have no understanding of what's happening. Oh, okay. So the state is complete. Is not complete. Wait, what? He's not an NPC right now. So like he should just be resolving to what he's supposed to do. His state is not complete and he's engaged. Like he's ready. He's ready to fight us. So why isn't he doing it? Ready to go. He's trying to slash. He's ready. What's he not doing? What's stopping him from doing what he wants to do? A prison of my own construction. The thing is, what I don't understand, what's frustrating me is that if we're at this point, everything should be working normally. There's nothing that could be happening. Once we're at this point, everything's fine because his animator is going to do his animated thing unless this, oh, hang on. Do you think maybe this boss fight container is consistently trying to set every single time? No, it doesn't do that. No. So then what could it be, bro? Set up boss behavior. Does that. And then that would have been a good guess though. Is the timeline setting it up? I mean, the timeline. This is this. Oh, you think the timeline is resolving after it's finished to this somehow? I mean, that's the idol. I don't think so. Oh my gosh. Do you think so? Is that a thing? Because, wait. Oh, these are on the exact same frame. What if I put it a frame late? Wait a second. You know what? I'm going to take it away. It tried to set his state after by using the track. It is a custom track, yeah. Yay. Okay, so we know not to do that anymore. But he didn't. Why didn't he take damage? Now I have to like undo everything he just did. I saw a reply to a trust bot making spot. I don't know what that means. I don't like how the kick doesn't... Why does the backflip not do what I want it to do? 20 damage, 7 knockback. Bro, that's heaps. Why is that not enough? Why does the upswing do it, but the backflip doesn't? Knockback hit because of the hit stop? Because of the extra poise damage? Maybe it's the poise. All right, I'll give it some poise. Let's go 10. Let's see if that's enough. So I still need a way to stop him doing that until later. Boom, boom. Nice. That's what I want. You spent an ability on it, you know. You should get a juggle. 7 is probably too much of a juggle. But it's good. Okay, let's go 5. And let's add a little bit of a negative 0.3 on that, on the X. So then back here, I think we could go back to the boss fight container and turn this enemy state complete thing back on. Yeah, pulls in a bit, exactly. Negative on the X. So it kicks him up above you directly. Ow. 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 I've certainly made that hard for myself. I should probably wait for the callback. You know what? Is there a callback? Quest queue empty event. When does that play? That's right. I agree. This is all a bit of a workaround right now. I probably shouldn't even worry about it. But for now, I just want to have the boss delay doing anything until I'm ready. That wasn't too bad. We just needed to give him a better animation there. It works. Oh. The problem is we can't seem to get a juggle off of it. Okay. So actually, I did want to wait this a little bit longer. I want this to complete here, and then I want him to idle. Eight more minutes. Thank you. All right. Oh. Ow. Ouch. Hmm. Yeah. There's something that I need to fix. It's like a core issue with the game. And it has to do directly with juggling. Juggling is currently just not, it's just not right. Hund basic idle is this one. That's the one I want. The problem with it is when you are juggling an enemy, there's kind of like two potential outcomes, and neither of them are great right now. So if you use your up attack or whatever, you like lift an enemy up into the air. They go flying up, right? They go whoosh. You can juggle them. You want to be able to juggle them. That's a cool idea, right? To be able to juggle enemies, no matter how big or small they are really right now. Well, maybe. So the first thing is we like to juggle enemies. When the enemy hits the ground and they're knocked down, should you be able to juggle them in that state? Well, right now the answer is yes as well. So if you run up to an enemy and you lift him into the air, he'll go into the juggle state from knockdown. But after he finishes juggling and he hits the ground again, he goes back into knockdown. So there's a problem in that you can just do this infinite loop where you just keep knocking them down and juggling them up and knocking them down and juggling them up. So you want there to be some sort of break condition. Right now, that break condition is that you get one of these cycles. From the time they're knocked down, you can knock them up once, but then every subsequent hit, when you hit them, they don't get the juggle, they just lose velocity, so they go downwards. You don't actually get the lift, even if you lift them. Which is logically fair, but feels shitty. Because the player can't, oftentimes, even when I'm playing, it doesn't feel justified. Like it doesn't feel like I used the upswing, why is that a bad thing? I do have another condition where an enemy will retain, they can be juggled as long as you don't recycle the same ability twice. So if you use upswing, that's one. If you kick them, pure, that's a different ability, so they can get juggled by that. So I think that's okay as long as it gets preserved between knockdown states. So you can like lift them up with one ability, juggle them for a bit, then you have to lift them up with a different ability. You can't use any of the previous. If I go to character stun and I go to juggle, this is how I currently do it. If the properties force a juggle or should knock down. If we haven't been knocked down, then do any of these. I think we can maybe just try and getting rid of this for a sec. That was annoying. I think also because he's got a lot of poise, he doesn't get juggled, but he's in the air, so it shouldn't matter what poise he's got. That's another thing I think I should change. Poise broken and hit upward or force juggle. If we are poise broken or is tumbling, and then let's just set this up so that we've already done the fight. Or let's just go somewhere else and fight a different Hunden. Why are we fighting him here? Okay, so now it's how I would expect it to work, I think. Oh, okay. Not like that. Boom, boom, boom. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. Let's try again. Yeah, that's basically how it works with the Martin. That's feels way better. So I can go down, up, up, up. And then 1, 2, 3. Steal that. One more. I really want to hit that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoop. Oh my god. I'm having fun now. I'm having way more fun. And then we fight this guy. Alright, see ya, Elzak. Show the blue attack. The blue attack's not ready yet. That is so good. That's what I want to see. The backflip into the... Hang on. Ooh. Can I do this and then this and then this? No, but that's good. That's what it should be. You just can't recycle abilities. Really good. That is so much damage, man. Ooh, that didn't look very good though. Hang on. One, two. Oh no, he gets into the get up immediately. 1, 1. Up, up. It's cool. It's cool to do. It's fun to play. It's just, the only thing is, it's a bit performative right now. Like, I'm having fun, but it's like, is it challenging? I don't know. Oh, I didn't quite do it. I know what I want to do. I'm just having trouble doing it. It's like, jump, jump. It's, okay, yeah, that. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Cool. Fun. She's next tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. I gotta go. This was a lot of fun. Let's go find someone to raid and get out of here. Maybe Zodig? There's an actually writing code tag. All right. Thanks, pals. I'm about to do that thing right now. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. If you like what you saw just now, please go and wishlist Insignia on Steam. Wishlist. There you go. Check it out. You can go ahead and make the game come out faster by showing your appreciation. That's it. That's all we got for you for today. If you like my content, wishlist the game, Patreon, YouTube, all the things, do them all. Especially if you have a Prime sub, those things are free, cost you nothing. And that's it. I'll see you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,